Can you guys hear me? Okay, so you guys can hear me, but quiet. That I can fix. Can you? So for my end, the streaming screen says it's not even connected yet. So I'm totally flying in the dark here, which is of course it wouldn't work perfectly for me the first time. Why would it? Can you see my little Sabrosian guy in the bottom left? Like, what are you seeing on the screen right now? I'll fix the mic volume shortly here. Okay, so you can see my little Sabrosian guy. That's that's good. That's progress. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna try booting the game up and seeing if that works. It doesn't seem so on my end. I bet. Let me know if you. Oh, actually, it might be working now. Oh, if Simu doesn't crash. I mean, if my legally acquired copy of Twilight Princess doesn't crash. Okay, tell me if you can see Twilight Princess now, and if so, then we're in business. Okay, so just to confirm, sorry, Creeper, you're my debugger here. Um, you can see the game, you can hear the game, and you can hear me. Okay, well, looks like I will get my mic volume fixed then, and then I guess we can post that it's live for everyone. All right. I actually didn't even know I was going live. I thought there was going to be one final button to press that before I would go live, but I guess it worked out since you guys were able to help me figure this out. The game's also pretty quiet. That's odd. I'm not too sure what to do about that since I have it maxed out on OBS. I'm so useless with this stuff. Oh, I see what I can do. Okay, tell me if that's any better at all. I'll say random nonsense until you get the chance. I increased it by a decibel, so hopefully that helps. Because, yeah, otherwise I don't really know. I have them maxed out on OBS. I'm sure there's something I can do. I'm just not thinking of. It sounds okay to you, Beast? That's good. Oh, hey, Derp, I'm glad you were able to pop by. It's so funny seeing everybody here when I haven't even posted about going live yet. That makes me happy. The voice sounds good. This game is still kind of quiet. Alright, I can definitely try and fix that as well. How's that? Is that any better? I increased the volume of the game, just the game. So, oh, I love you too, Trends, and everybody. Okay, well, I think I'll get started. Let me know if it's any better, Creeper. I can still fiddle with it a bit more, but I think I'm going to make some social media posts and whatnot, letting know people I'm streaming. And then we'll get started. Okay. This is my own fault for not taking a previous day to debug things like I said I was going to. Posts and that's my punishment. Okay. First in Discord. Listen to my glorious typing. And next over on Twitter. Yeah, Trends, absolutely. It's just a massive pain in the butt to get set up. And then by the time you do it again, you completely forget how to do everything. Okay, I'm just going to post in another Discord server, and then I'll be good to go. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see who we got here. We got... Creeper, of course, has stopped by. We got Pico. Nice to see you, Pico. The Beast, of course. Senior Divine Beast. Prioritize Path 4i. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. And Saber. And Zelda lore. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for popping in. Makes me happy. So I will be streaming for either a very short amount of time or a very long amount of time. I'm just going to go till there's nobody in chat anymore. And, yeah, then we'll call it. And, sorry, I'm getting my barrels together. Alright, good question before we get started. Hello, Tyler. Welcome. We got, I think, mostly big Twilight Princess fans in the house here. How do we feel about the Twilight Princess title screen? Is it your favorite in the series? What do you like about it? That's what our first question will be. It's not even close to my favorite in the series, but since this is a series about me learning to love the game, I want to know what you guys love about the title screen. Is it the panning shot of Link crossing Elden Bridge? Is it the opera background? You think it's iconic? Well, that's definitely doesn't surprise me coming from the Tyler Townsend. It's your favorite, goes hard as fuck, gives off epic vibe, shows off the Lord of the Rings inspiration. That's a good point, actually. I never thought about. It kind of reminds me of Aragorn riding on his horse. Majoras of Time, nice to see you. And Rawless. Wow, lots of unexpected faces here. I'm happy to see. The somber ambiance sets tone for the whole game. That's a great point. Absolutely flawless title screen. What a perfect setting of tone for the game. Midna's theme at the end of the song is so good too. Yeah, that's fair. Not my favorite, but probably top 5, mostly due to the music. You know, I can probably agree it's top 5 at minimum. I'm actually not a Twilight Princess fan, but the title screen is great, fantastic music, and just great cinematography. Fair, Saber. Aetha? This isn't real. This is the bad timeline for sure. Nehru would never play Twilight Princess. And yet, here I am. I got a dip, but have a nice stream. Thank you for popping by, Trends. Zelda lore, the music, the shots, the atmosphere, the build up to the wolf owl. The wolf owl goes hard, I'll admit. Tyler sets the atmosphere too. It sure does. Actually, Tyler just reminded me I should share the stream in another server. Okay, let's enter the game. Alright, am I doing a controller or a gamepad? Well, I guess I should pick controller since I'm using a controller for my totally legal, totally hardware copy of Twilight Princess. Alright, here's the first question. What should my name be? Should it be Link or should I make it something funny? I think there's a bit of a stream delay, so I'll give it like 10 to 15 seconds. Whenever Edible gets here, we should bully him about not finishing Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, right? I don't know if Bread Pirate has finished it yet. He's another one who has just taken an insanely long time. I couldn't imagine doing that, man. It's like when I got Twilight Princess, it took me a week to beat it, and that was longer than I wanted to because I had to work. With Breath of the Wild, I just sat down and beat the entire thing in one go. So, like, seriously played it for like 4 straight days until I rolled credits. So I could not imagine piecemealing a new Zelda game. It's really hard for me to imagine. Name Epona Zelda. Keep Link the same. Okay, I'll do that. That sounds great. Oops. Z E L D A. There we go. With minimum sleep, I would say. I probably basically what would happen when Twilight Princess came out, or sorry, Twilight Princess, well, also when Twilight Princess came out, but basically what happened when Breath of the Wild came out is I booked like 4 days off of work, and I sat down and played it, and I would play it until I got tired, and then I would sleep, and then I would sleep on the couch across from the TV, and then I would wake up and just immediately start playing again. Like it was pretty degenerate. I was sleeping maybe 6 hours, and I would play for 18 hours a day. It was horrific. I do not recommend it, but I just can't help it. Whenever a new Zelda game comes out, I just do that. What type of controller am I using? Triforce I am using on my PC. I'm playing this on CMU, and I'm using 8-bit Do Ultimate Controller, which is almost identical to the Pro Controller, so it's a pretty seamless experience. Bread Pirate, I was just talking about you. That's hilarious. We were just talking about you and Edible Incredible. I didn't know if you had beaten the Twilight Princess, or sorry, I didn't know if you had beaten Tears of the Kingdom yet, because I know it had been taking you a while, and we were talking about how Edible Incredible also hasn't beaten Tears of the Kingdom, and I was just talking about how insane I find that. I have a lot of respect for people who can pace themselves out. Oh, it's absolutely official. I don't know what you heard. Think you heard, Tyler, but I have my Wii U on the desk beside me right here. Sorry, I really like talking to chat, so if my pace is annoying you and you want me to go faster, just let me know. but talking to chat's like the fun part of streaming to me, so that's why I'll stop when there's nobody here. But let's get started. Tell me, do you ever feel a strange sadness as dusk falls? Wow. Such a deep line. Yeah, okay, so Tears of the Kingdom is unbeaten by Bread. How far are you, Bread? I know you were at least starting to round your way towards the end at this point. We should start betting money on who is going to win, who's going to beat the game first, between Bread and Edible Incredible. They say it's the only time when our world intersects with theirs. The only time we can feel the lingering regrets of spirits who have left our world. That is why loneliness always pervades the hour of twilight. Okay, that was interesting to me because, like, in real life, twilight hours, and we got some real pretty twilight hours here in Western BC, but twilight hours, I always feel great. I don't feel lonely at all. But enough talk of sadness. I have a favor to ask of you, Link. What's your favor? I was supposed to deliver something to the royal family of Hyrule the day after tomorrow. Yes, it was a task set to me by the mayor, but would you go with me in my stead? Sending a boy to do a man's job. You have never been to Hyrule, right? So does that mean that the kingdom is not referred to as Hyrule in this game? Because I kind of assumed Hyrule was all-encompassing, but here he's saying that Link's never been to Hyrule. I never thought about that. In the kingdom of Hyrule, there is a great castle, and around it is Castle Town, a community far bigger than our little village. And far bigger than Hyrule is the rest of the world the gods created. You should look upon it with your own eyes. It's getting late. We should head back to the village. I will talk to the mayor about this matter. Aetha, while Tears of the Kingdom is far from my favorite, I still find it enjoyable, and if at the very least I hope Nehru can find an appreciation for the game, even if it doesn't change its ranking in your personal list. TP not Yoki. Okay, I thought you were talking about Tears of the Kingdom. I was like, I love Tears of the Kingdom. No problem there. Twilight Princess. Yeah, I'm hoping that surrounded by people I enjoy, telling me what they enjoy about the game, I'll be able to find a new perspective about it. And you know, I will admit, this is exclusive information for those of you in chat, but I actually don't hate Twilight Princess. I upplay my dislike of it a lot. It is my least favorite 3D Zelda, and I like most of the games more than it. But like, compare Twilight Princess to the average video game, and I probably like Twilight Princess more, you know what I mean? Like, if you're asking me if I'm gonna prefer to play Twilight Princess or, I don't know, Horizon Zero Dawn, I'll probably pick Twilight Princess. Not that I have anything against Horizon, it's just not my kind of game. Nobody repeat that ever, or I'll delete you. Ordona is outside of Hyrule. Okay, that makes sense. Ordon is a province. Okay. Ordon is a little bit outside Hyrule, yeah. Like a puppet state or Puerto Rico. That makes sense. Some people think that by never been to Hyrule, the game means Castle Town. Others think Ordon is completely independent. The three provinces of Hyrule are Eldin, Faron, and Lanayru, and outside are the Desert Snow Peak and Ordona. I do the same with Skyward Sword. I love the game, but play distaste up it for comedy. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? I guess like B said, I am a fake deep TP hater. You know, I don't hate the game. I've only beat it twice. I beat it once on the GameCube and once on the Wii U. And every other time I've tried to play it, I just fail. I get bored at Goron Mines and quit playing. So it is true in the sense that, you know, it's the only Zelda game that I struggle with. Well, that's not true. There's Triforce Heroes. Ugh. Sorry. Hey, where's Zelda? It's the Triforce Heroes and Twilight Princess are the only Zelda games that I struggle to get through. Oh, Zelda lore. There's quite a few mistranslations in pretty much every game ever, I think. Hey, Brad, I love Link's Crossbow Training. That's a great game. I often joke that I think Link's Crossbow Training is a better game than Twilight Princess. So, come on now, hurry up and bring Zelda with you. I just I forgot I named the horse Zelda. It's messing me up already. Alright, let's go get Zelda. Let's do some backflips first. Sick. If my little dude covering the map annoys you guys, let me know. I didn't think it was really a big deal because I can see the map still. But if seeing the map is a burgeoning issue for you folks, let me know and I'll flip sides or get rid of it. Can't wait for the goat herding. Oh boy. Also, I apologize for any weird sniffing or mouth breathing noises you guys hear. I have a brutal deviated septum. Tyler's seen me in person. I don't know if he noticed it, but like my whole nose is shifted to the right. So it makes editing audio a real pain because every noise I make is accentuated by some nonsense. Ilia. Okay, here's my question. I've noticed a lot of Ilia hate. Like, a lot of people, even Twilight Princess fans, seem to really dislike Ilia. I always thought she was fine. Like, she's not one of my favorite characters. She's no Marin, but can you folks maybe illuminate me to why people dislike Marin? Or not Marin, why people dislike Ilia so much? To me, she seemed fine. Just kind of like generic girl next door type vibes. Or childhood friend, rather, I suppose. And definitely nothing jumped out from her as exciting, but I never quite understood the hate. I will not take this Triforce Heroes. I'm sorry, Aetha. That's the only Zelda game that I hate. I do hate it. It's horrible. I don't love Twilight Princess, but I hate Triforce Heroes. I think it's a genuinely bad game. I didn't know about the Oka creating the Hylians. That's really funny. Point it out to me when we get to there, if you don't mind. Goat herding is genuinely the greatest section in fiction. She's just kind of boring. That's fair. I guess I find being just kind of boring and being a bad character to be pretty different, you know? I don't get it. Either Ilia is sweet and loves Epona. Nothing sticks out as bad. I've always liked Ilia. I agree with your stance. She's not Marin or Malon or anything, but I like her. Yeah, she's fine. I just found all the, like, specifically the hate to be very... I think it's fine to be indifferent to her, but, like, the hate that I see her get is very odd to me because she's so nondescript, you know? I think it's the way she kind of overreacts about Epona here in the beginning, and it doesn't help. She's supposed to be the love interest to Link when Midna is way better and complex. Okay, that's fair. Although I guess, like, I don't know, Link does kind of push Epona to her extremes a lot, right? So I can kind of understand someone who loves horses being a little upset by it. TP is full of pretty zany and wacky characters, and Ilia is just strangely average. That's fair. Ilia is a much better match for Link than Midna, while considering he lives in the same realm as her, I would agree. Yeah, she doesn't do enough to warrant hatred. Yeah, that's exactly what how I feel. It's just, it seems a bit much for me. I watched Zelda for you. That's a weird sentence. That's... Alrighty. Maybe this was a mistake. Fujibayashi is great to his lore, but more iffy for the lore of other titles. I don't think he's as good at lore consistency as he is making amazing games. I don't think any of the Zelda team is good at lore consistency, but I also think it's because they don't really care that much. The Derp Squadron tree is not worthy of our hatred. Wow. That's intense. I personally like Ilia, of course, just stating what I've seen. That's fair. Zelda works really hard. She does. So I thought she deserved a treat. Oh, this is going to be degenerate. Oh, but listen, Link, could you do something for me? Can you use a piece of grass to play that song for me? You know, the one that Zelda likes? Zelda's Lullaby? God, I forgot how funky the 3D or the third-person camera is in this game. Especially after so much Tears of the Kingdom. It's such a nice melody. Zelda looks happy. Well, she's all prettied up now, so I suppose I can ride her back. But you can ride her back, but don't make her do too much, okay? I'm trying to ride the horse, Ilia. Okay, now I get the hate. I washed Zelda for you. I made our lives better by promoting Zelda Epona. Zelda lore consistent? Pff, right? Oh yeah, TPS camera control is kind of weird. Yeah, side to side it's fine, but up and down, and especially diagonals, are very strange. You would think that that's something they could fix with HD. Fujibashi claims he does. Guys, we're crabbing here. We're turning into crabs. We're not crabs yet, but it's happening. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but I hope the girl that directed Echoes of Wisdom gets to direct some more Zelda games, because I thought the direction of that game was fantastic. Get off the horse. Alright, Ordon Village. How do you guys feel about Ordon Village compared to the other starting villages in town? I think it's pretty good. I like Skyloft the most. I think Skyloft is just kind of peak starting village, you know? But Ordon Village is pretty cute. And one of the things that I've always found funny about Zelda games is just how abstract the towns are, where there will be like 50 villagers but only 6 houses. I like that Ordon there's pretty much a house for everybody. Crab Rave. Still a goat thumbnail. There's so much that Echoes did right. Absolutely, I totally agree. I think the game had really, really strong direction. Is it a perfect game? No, but my issues, very few of them have anything to do with the direction. Okay, I barely remember how to control this hawk. My favorite starting village is Kokiri, followed by Outset, but Ordon is pretty cool. Ah, Outset's really great too. Let's go back to appreciating the importance of this opening section with meeting the villagers. It greatly contrasts the adventure we will have later on. No negative stuff this stream, right? So, tell me what you guys appreciate about this slow start. Okay, I'm going to put this consensus up to chat. If I explain why I don't like something as a way to make sure you guys understand when I'm asking why you do like it, does that count as complaining, or does it just count as giving reasoning? Yeah, I think I'm just wasting my time here. I thought there was something over there to get. Oh. I thought there was a rupee over there or something. Yeah, I prefer Skyloft, Outside Island, Horon, and Lina more in terms of starting villages, but I think Ordon probably takes number 5. That's fair. Ordon is up there as one of my favorites. It feels homely, but not isolated, just out of the way from most population centers to still have a homegrown feel. Ah, if it isn't young Link, are you going to close down the ranch for the day? I just closed the shop up myself. I'm sure you know all about the mischievous monkeys that have been coming into the village lately. Those things worry me a bit. I better lock up tight here. I couldn't stand to have any more goods stolen. Can't trust that good-for-nothing husband to do anything right. Come on, Dad. You can't catch a silly little monkey. Oh, well, no. No, I can't. Oh, listen to us, Babylon. I didn't mean to keep you. Alright, off to work with you. This sad specimen. Average Legend of Zelda disliker right here. Okay, I fell asleep while playing a game for the first time when I played through the beginning of this game. No joke, lol. No. You can only explain if chat asks for it. Okay, that seems fair to me. Although Tyler then says reasoning 100%. We'll do it on a case-by-case basis, I think. The start is equivalent to Frodo hanging out in the Shire in The Lord of the Rings until the Black Rider King Bulblin arrives. Okay. Alrighty. Lina is actually a pretty cool settlement. Yes, it is. I like it. I feel like if you can present a fair argument, then it's not complaining. Yeah, that seems right to me. I personally like the slow start, but I can agree a big part of it is that I find peaceful parts of this game comfy. I think the only game I've fallen asleep playing is Minecraft. Have I ever fallen asleep playing a game? Yes, I definitely have, but not from the game being boring, just from playing while I'm tired. I've fallen asleep to Hyrule Warriors, the first game, like 6 million times, mostly because I just play it so much. Alrighty. Let's go herd some goats. No! Let's talk to these guys. I think the only... Oh, yeah, I've read that one. In the beta version of Ordon Village for E3, the husband has some savage dialogue. Does he now? That's interesting. For every complaint Nehru says on stream, we condemn him to 1 hour of Xenoblade playing. Oh, boy. I gotta get back in Hyrule Warriors, which I've completely legally obtained on my Wii U. Of course. Of course. Just like this is a completely legal copy of Twilight Princess. I'm making you a fishing rod, you know? All I have left to do is paint it, so get ready for fishing. My name isn't Hyrule Gamer, so... Okay, look. Look. This is a game with a lot of good waifus. I always kind of had a crush on the pregnant mom, I'm not gonna lie. Is that weird? It is kind of you to spend time with my husband, you know. It gives me time for myself. Oh, do you have to go put the livestock to bed now? Which is also what my landlord would say before he harvested his buffalo. Ah, great timing, Link. There's something I had forgotten to tell you. My son Colin is making a fishing rod so the two of you can play together. He should finish it today so you can come and get it at the house tomorrow. Cool. Cool, dude. It's the mayor. Yeah, the start's kind of like the calm before the storm. Normal village life before the villagers are uplifted by the invasion. Yeah, that's fair. I gotta get back into Hyrule Warriors. Oh, I already read that one. Wait, actually, my Hyrule Warriors copy is legit. I was thinking of Skyward Sword. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to remember. I actually own Twilight Princess on the GameCube as well as the Wii. And the Wii U, so I guess I own 3 copies of Twilight Princess, but here I am on an emulator all the same, because hooking my Wii U up sounded like abject misery. Well, actually, I leave my Wii U hooked up almost all the time, just because I still play it a lot, but my desk is so cluttered, the idea of fitting a console on here is horrifying. Oh, Link. Looks like you're going to help Fado. Fado or Fado? What's the consensus? Good job. He headed up to the ranch ahead of you. You go finish up your chores before the sun goes down. Alrighty. Shameless, oh my god. Now that's Russell's wife. I can't do my guy like that. Oh, I guess I'm all alone in that one. I don't know, something about the bangs just get me, I guess. Zan Shadows, I mean, if... Oh, hey, Zan. I mean, if you told me to play this or an hour of Xenoblade, I would play Xenoblade. No comment. I cannot say the same. This is my favorite game of all time. Wow, it's your actual straight-up favorite, Creeper. That's pretty cool. I'm going to be real here. I never bought Triforce Heroes. I have it somewhere. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in my closet. If you have it on your Wii U, as far as anyone knows, you could have legally dumped it. That's true. I don't have any... Oh, this is the dialogue from the beta. I don't have any spending money, so I'm so glad I found this bee's nest. But don't tell my wife. Any money I have, she takes. Whew. She used to be nice a long time ago. Seems like as she got bigger, so did her attitude. Holy moly. That's gnarly. I can see why they didn't end up keeping that line. Yeah, with Minecraft in second and Oracle of Ages in third. Well, having an Oracle game in the top 3 makes you incredibly based, regardless. My favorite game of all time... Well, I don't know. It's like... Because I think my top 3 favorite games are all just Zelda games, right? But if I'm only picking one Zelda game, my favorite game of all time is Ocarina of Time. Or no, sorry, it's Wind Waker. I think Ocarina of Time's number 2. My favorite game of all time is Wind Waker. My second favorite game of all time would probably be an RTS called Rome Total War. And then my third would probably be... I feel like it would either be Fallout 3 or Metal Gear Solid 3. Hard to say. Holy hell, Russell. Sorry to get you over here in such a hurry, Link. Damn, that sure was a line. Based Creeper. Wind Waker goat. Yeah, Wind Waker is goated. It's a great game. If this stream goes well, maybe I'll stream Wind Waker and do a critical playthrough of Wind Waker where I'm not allowed to compliment it. Kind of like a reverse of this one. These guys have been awful skittish lately. They won't listen to a word I say. Sorry to ask, bud, but how's about you and Zelda herd on into the barn real quick? Sure, I bet the Princess of Hyrule has nothing better to do. We ain't got much time, so you think you can do it for me? Wind Waker's fire OT is amazing, but come on. Ocarina of Time isn't overrated. That's always a hard statement for me to grapple with because it's like there are certain games that transformed gaming entirely that I just don't think you can call overrated. Like, I don't like Halo 1 that much, but I don't really ever think of calling it overrated because that game changed the fundamental trajectory of first-person shooters as we know it. And Ocarina of Time did the exact same thing with 3D action-adventure games. You know, it completely transformed 3D action-adventure games as we know it. So, like, for me, it's... I just don't think that there is any realm in which Ocarina of Time is overrated. I think it's probably safe to say that it's okay to take issue with people calling it the best Zelda game or whatever, but like I think that Ocarina of Time definitely deserves its place in, you know, the halls of gaming. It's a pretty important footnote. There will be no documentary of the history of gaming ever made that doesn't include Ocarina of Time. Let's put it that way. Okay, I'm going to do this goat herding and then I'll catch up on chat. Yeah, little bastards. You know, I think part of the reason that I maybe don't love Ordon as much as most people do is because I grew up as a country boy. Like, I lived an hour and a half out of town. Surrounded by trees on 3 sides. My landlord was my neighbor, and he was a buffalo farmer with fields and fields of buffalo. And so, like, I think maybe the reason Ordon is so enjoyable for a lot of people is because it gives them sort of a glimpse into a world that they never really got to experience. But for me, this was... I'm gonna kill this thing. For me, this was kind of just my childhood, right? Like, I've been to my landlords while he was herding buffalo before, and I helped. I used to do it every summer for a little bit of extra cash. So like this is not a novel experience for me, and it's not a lifestyle I have much nostalgia for. I much prefer living in the city. So I think I think maybe that's why I don't love Ordon as much as everybody else, because it's just kind of like my childhood over again, if you know what I mean. Whereas something like Kokiri Village or Outside Island is totally unique for me. Alright, there we go. Let's catch up on chat here. Link to the Past is still my fave, but it's the first one I played. Ah, man, that's one I struggle with. Again, I think it's insane. I would never call A Link to the Past overrated, because I just think it holds that special spot in the development of gaming history, where it's too important of a game for me to call overrated. But it's a game that I struggle with. I still like it, but it's, probably one of my lower down 2D ones, and I think it's just because it's in that weird point where it plays like a modern 2D Zelda, but it basically doesn't have any puzzles. It's kind of like a bullet hell game almost, and I think I just struggle with it because of that. My top 5 are Skyrim, Red Dead Redemption 2, Elden Ring, Mario Galaxy 1, and Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I'm sorry, my brain froze there. That's a respectable list. I like Oblivion more than Skyrim, but Skyrim's a great game. Red Dead Redemption 2, I think that has one of the greatest narratives in gaming ever. I just really don't like the gameplay. Elden Ring is amazing. No disagreements there. Mario Galaxy is a great game. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are great. Fallout 3 is your favorite Fallout? I'm extremely surprised. Yeah, it definitely is. I love Fallout 1 and 2 quite a lot, but Fallout 3 for me, I think it's probably partially just because it's the one I played the most. It came out when I was 14, and I kind of just intentionally ignored school to play it. But yeah, Fallout 3 is just I know that game like I know my own DNA. I know every corner of every rock. The shittest 3D Zelda experience. I'm just going to assume we're talking about. Oh, I just about complained. Ha, I didn't though. Wind Waker has my favorite soundtrack of all time. That's great. Hey, Edible. We're roasting Eddie now, as we should. I used to call Ocarina of Time overrated, but it was an extremely cringe thing to do. It's still IMO, a very flawed game, but it's also great. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, I think it's okay to have criticisms of Ocarina of Time. That's totally fair. But, like, I just think gaming changed the day that Ocarina of Time released, in the same way that gaming changed when Halo 1 released. And because of that, even if you dislike something, I don't think that it makes sense to call it overrated, because rating something is kind of separate from your like of it, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of, certain really revolutionary TV shows or movies, but it doesn't really make sense for me to rate them low because they're just not my thing, you know what I mean? Oh, Draken, welcome. I'm very happy that you were able to pop by. And yeah, I think it's totally okay to dislike influential media. I think you can still call it overrated when you're still claiming it to be the objectively best game ever, even now. Well, see, that I totally take issue with, because I don't think you can declare a game as objectively the best ever. And if we were going to declare a game as the objectively the best ever, it's going to be Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Well, Aonuma just likes to yap, so yeah, Aonuma just likes to talk. Link, Zelda, much obliged to both of y'all. I can cover everything tomorrow without having to trouble you, so just sit back and relax, bud. That's a funky looking guy. Holy moly. Oh, but how about today? Want to practice with the fences? Just wait a spell, bud. I'll get the fences set up. Aonuma says a lot, and he's wrong a lot. He's self-critical. People calling the greatest game ever made seems to be the major reason that people started disliking it. That's fair, yeah, and I could definitely see people getting kind of annoyed of that. I do personally think that Ocarina of Time is one of the best games ever made. I couldn't possibly pick one. I have the same reverence for Ocarina of Time as I do as for a game like Undertale. If you were to ask me which one's better, they're just so different. I couldn't possibly pick one, but I think that they're both, of the best games of all time. So I can understand people having annoyance, but I don't know. I just think that basing your feelings on something because you're annoyed about how other people feel about it is just kind of weird, if you know what I mean. Counterpoint, I grew up in the countryside and love the intro of Twilight Princess for capturing the beauty of rural life. Yeah, that's totally fair. And I think it's just because I don't really have nostalgia for that country lifestyle that it doesn't resonate with me, if you know what I mean. Like, I did when the option for me to leave the countryside came, I took it as soon as I could. I'm just not a country bumpkin in my heart. My dad is, and he loved living out of the country. I think he probably wishes I did, but like the moment I could get to high speed internet and away from this miserable dial up, I did it in a heartbeat because I'm just not a country boy. I will never live in the country again, and because of that, I don't hate living in the country, but I prefer being a country bumpkin, and because of that, I think I just don't have nostalgia for that lifestyle. This is great chat, people. Thank you so much for coming. This is really wonderful. A couple more and a couple more chats, and then I'll keep going. I loved Ordon because it reminded me of small town country life. Yeah, again, totally great. That's an interesting perspective to hear. Yeah, it's just kind of it's the same with Monster Hunter. One of the most beloved starting villages or hub villages is called Kokoto, which is the hub for Monster Hunter 1. And a couple others you can go to in Generations, for example, but it's like widely beloved. A lot of people call it like the best starting village or whatever. And so recently I played Monster Hunter 1 through, and I got to it, and it was just a bunch of dirt roads with wooden houses, and I was like, oh boy, I don't even think this is a top 10, and there aren't even that many more than 10 starting villages. But it was just a dirt road, and it was just like, what is there to love about this? I've grown up on dirt roads my whole life, and I've never found them to be that appealing. So yeah, I don't know, it's just how I am, I suppose. All right, let's do some. I apologize if I'm yapping so much that you are not enjoying seeing me not actually play the game. You guys are just very interesting. Maybe I'll get better at playing and talking at the same time. Nehru spinning, oh thank you. But if you didn't like rural life, then it makes sense that Ordon wouldn't hit for you. Yeah, exactly. I hate a lot of my own art too after a while, so I kind of get where Aonuma is coming from. Yeah, exactly. I think the only negative part is that when Aonuma then goes back to remake some of his old art, like with Majora's Mask 3D, because he doesn't quite understand why we love it, he makes really boneheaded changes in pursuit of what he thinks is making the game better, even though it's, kind of fundamentally opposite of what we like about it. So I think that's, I definitely understand Aonuma, but I definitely, yeah. We're all inclined to hate our hard work, which is sad. It's so true. My top 5 not Zelda games are Minecraft, Mario Kart 8, Smash Bros. 4, Plants vs. Zombies, and Celeste. I don't think I've ever seen Plants vs. Zombies in a top 5 list, but I think that goes hard. I like that. Bro's nose is almost as big as mine. Why are you insulting Fada? I'm sorry. Elden Ring and New Vegas are my 2 top contenders for best game ever, but I can't decide which for sure. Those are 2 great choices. Anyways, I have to head out. Take care all, and Nehru, don't put your grumpy pants on. Well, thanks for stopping by, Aetha. I really appreciate it. I love the suburbs. I also hate the suburbs. I feel similar. I usually prefer to live in like a downtown type area. I shall return, homies. Clocking out of work soon. See you, Eddie. PS2 dirt though, lol. Yap away. Okay, I'll keep the yapping up. Monster 1 Hub is very barren. I think that PS2 nostalgia is what really determines people's love for certain series as a whole. See? That's what I mean, Derp. Like, I'm glad that you have experienced Monster Hunter 1 and understand what I mean. Like, it's just roads and wooden houses. What is there? Like, I was so excited to get to it because of the reverence that Kokoto has. And I got to it, and it was just dirt roads. I was like, what are these people talking about? It's great actually talking, because otherwise it's just watching someone do a slow-ass tutorial I've done at least 10 times. That's great. Okay, here's some Twilight Princess praise. Link's house is so cool in this game. And I think that is a point of nostalgia for me, because I grew up in a log cabin Again, because I lived out in the wilderness, we lived in what was actually once a hunting cabin that was converted into some house to live in, and the inside reminds me very much of Link's house. It was not as tall, for sure, but like just the interior and everything being made of wood reminded me a lot. We also had a pitchfork on the wall for decor. But yeah, I think his house is super cozy. Although Nintendo almost always nails Link's house being cozy. There's like not a game where his house isn't cozy. Reading chat and playing games will never be easy, but it does get less difficult over time. I hope so. I feel like I'm just bogging things down by my yapping. Playing and talking at the same time is so difficult. Dude, I tried to do a Let's Play when I was like 16 years old. It's on my pre-Nehru YouTube channel. I think I've shown it to a couple people here. I think Eddie and Brett have seen a bit of my horrific Let's Play. My Banjo-Kazooie Let's Play. And I just realized right away I was not cut out for it. Link's house in this game is full of corn. He has corn everywhere, hanging from string on shelves. What's funny is there's no corn plantations anywhere in Hyrule in any game. I guess you can say Link is a corny man. MM3D is worse than Twilight Princess HD, absolutely. Hey, Nerd Sabrosian. Nice to see ya. Hello, children. I don't really like living downtown. Better than out in the country, though. I love living downtown, man. I think it's so sweet to be able to just walk to the store, you know? My girlfriend and I are looking at moving into a house soon, probably after Christmas, and we're looking at moving to a neighborhood that's not quite downtown, but it's kind of like its own little area, and it'll have like 5 different Vietnamese restaurants within a 10-minute walk, and a bank and a grocery store, and I just cannot wait. I think it's going to be so much fun. I think these kids are great characters, and I'm convinced I'm the only one who thinks so. I think they're fine. You know, I think Colin's a pretty cool character. All the twerps are enjoyable. People just get so annoyed by kids so easily, I feel like. Such a great house. Link has style. Absolutely, he does. Link needs more houses and more scenes in his house. I agree. Do you see any rupees in my hand? I can't afford that thing. Come on, Beth. Can't you just loan it to us for a while? In Wind Waker, Link's house is mid. It has so little decoration, but Grandma makes up for it. That's true. Although I really like the double-decker climbing up by a ladder thing. And I will blame Link's grandma for that one. Old people never have cool houses. You know, I'd get in trouble for that. If you two want it, save up your allowances or something. I started with Let's Plays, but now I struggle very hard with talking and playing at the same time, especially since it was a puzzle game. Yeah. I can understand how someone could love the Monster Hunter 1 Gathering Hub, but I suppose the music in Kokoto is a big factor. The music in Kokoto sucks, though. The Monster Hunter 1 Gathering Hub Mine Guard is amazing, though. That's a great city. Mallow is funny, so funny to me as well. Mallow's great. Alrighty. Hey, Colin. I love Colin. He's such a cool little kid. I love the coward becomes brave storyline. He reminds me a little bit of Gohan from Dragon Ball Z. I'll go get the fishing rod, Colin, of course. I started with Let's Plays. It's all deleted now, but I struggle very hard with talking and playing at the same time, especially since it was a Pokemon. I already read that. Yeah. My Let's Play is not deleted, actually. Maybe I'll share it with Chad at the end of the stream or something. Phone's about to die. I'll swing back by later, homie. Have a great stream. Thanks, Tyler. I hope you enjoy watching Mike Tyson and Jake Paul beat each other up. Definitely not scripted. I completed that Let's Play and gave up soon after. You did better than me. I did 1 episode of Banjo-Kazooie and then I gave up. Funny, actually, I have an unlisted... Real Nehru fans will know this, but I have an unlisted playthrough on this channel of an old shitty Dragon Ball Z NES game. And the only reason I didn't delete it is because I needed access to those videos still, and you can download videos from your YouTube page. But I now no longer need access to them. But I just can't quite bring myself to delete them because that was the one and only Let's Play that I actually completed entirely. And it was horrible. Horrible game, horrible Let's Play. Oh, the wife's been hassling him. Sad. A true American just complaining about his wife. Oh, wait till I get this slingshot. Oh, hey, Burger. Thanks for making it. I really appreciate you here. Twilight Princess tutorials, 10 out of 10. Best game design right here. Yeah. That's definitely a sentence. Come on, guys. I can't be the only one. Maybe I'm just a degenerate. I share Colin's name, so it's kind of cool that he has a little fun story arc about courageous and everything. See, my name is Kyle. That's my real name. Pulling back the curtains a little bit. There are, like, almost no Kyles that are cool in gaming, except for Star Wars legend Kyle Katarn, who is so goddamn cool that he makes up for being pretty much the only Kyle. Because Kyle Katarn is just the greatest. Oh, good morning. Oh, good morning to you, too. Did you come to get the fishing rod that Colin made? I came to get something else. I'm really sorry, but would you hear me out first? I'll hear you out any day. You have not seen a cradle come floating by, have you? If it's a baby's cradle, it's a baby's cradle made of finely woven tree bark. Oh, such a misfortune. How far could it have drifted, I wonder? Oh, I'll find it for you, don't you worry. Colin's best of the kids. LPing Zelda 1 was probably the most fun I've had playing a Zelda game. Let's Plays are my home. Yeah, you're a great Let's Player, Derp. I love your stuff. This is how I've learned I am a fake Nehru fan. I meant... You're, of course, not a fake Nehru fan. I more meant people who have been watching the channel since I started. Which there are a few of. Okay, I need to go. It was nice to hang out for a bit. Thanks for popping by, Drake, and I really appreciate it. Won't be stopping anytime soon, as long as if the chat keeps being this bumping. I hate my wife. Okay, boomer. Yeah, a real American. A real true American right there. Alright, where's this basket? Yo, link up here. What's up, bro? Oh! Jump scare. Speaking of DBZ, what's the next for the vault? Oh, I'm playing Dragon Ball 3 Gokuden right now, which is the first. It's the last game about Dragon Ball before the games start being about Dragon Ball Z. It's just that the start is horrible because it's just complete RNG whether you can get past it or not. Because you might it's an RPG and you just might run into an enemy that's impossible for you to beat. A lot of those early NES Dragon Ball games are designed horribly. Once I push through that RNG nonsense, I can record the rest of the game, and then I'll put it up on the vault. I have 2 L's, so I guess it's not completely... That's close enough. Where's Uli? Who's Uli? I can't remember who Uli is. I'm gonna look this up. Oh, the girl I have a crush on. Where is she on the waifu tier list? She'd be pretty high. She'd be pretty high. Okay, yeah, she's kind of cute. Thank you. Thank you. They were a little too enthusiastic about Uli. She's a pretty lady. Let's put it that way. Nehru sipping for the mom was not on my bingo card for this stream. What can I say? I don't remember where her basket is. I'll find it later. When your name is a character, it's always a hit or miss for me. I'm always some desert character. That's fair. Gotta go too. Thanks for popping by, Zelda Lore. I really appreciate it. Holy shit, thanks, man. Well, Cameron and I work on bringing them back soon enough. I'm glad to hear they're enjoyable. Yeah, man, I'll be real with you. I often forget to comment on them because I'm horrible, and I need to do better at supporting my fellow content creators. But I watch almost every single Let's Play you guys put out. I just put it on the background in my playlist and listen to it while I'm playing Sparking Zero or whatever. I think your Let's Plays are super funny. Why is hell built like a square? Oh, yeah, I see that now. Okay, now I can do that. I was just too eager. There's the monkey. Doing my best Frieza impression. Alright, monkey, it's all over. Give me my wife's basket back. Out of curiosity, when was the last time you played through this game? Completely, it would have been since, it would have been when Twilight Princess HD was released. That would have been the last time I completely played through it. The last time I tried was, Christmas before last. I was spending Christmas with, some relatives who didn't have any good games. All I had were Twilight Princess HD and then like some, you know, those like really bad Wii Sports knockoffs that they released for the Wii and the Wii U. That's all I had. And so I was like, well, I got nothing else to do and I'm getting bored on my phone, so I'll just try Twilight Princess HD. And I failed. I stopped playing at Goron Mines, which is where I always fail. Oh, not close enough. Hi, Uli. I brought your basket. Oh, Link, that... Oh, she's smiling. Did you go to the trouble of finding it for me? I'll find anything for you. Oh, that reminds me. There's something I'm supposed to gift you. Ooh. Ooh, what? Do you think you could carry that cradle and come with me back to my house? Of course. Look, this is one NPC I'll never complain about walking too slow. Russell is definitely the most iconic of the Resistance. It's understandable that he'd have Riz. Yeah, well, Russell's pretty based. I like the goth girl the most, though. I can't remember her name. The one that just looks like she wants to end her life at every given moment, because I feel about the same. What about Telma, unless you don't count her? Telma's great. Telma got me the most views in my most viewed video, so shout out to thumbnail clickbait. Uli does not want you, bro. Hey, it doesn't matter if Uli doesn't want me. I want Uli. Goron Mines is where I always end up stopping too. Hey, Geek Apprentice, thanks for coming by. Yeah, it's that's something about that dungeon. Just, it's like pulling teeth getting through it. I very much hope that I have a full chat on that day because I'll need it to get through it. My thanks to you, Link. Oh, of course. Yes, I had nearly forgotten. I'm supposed to give this... She got lost in my eyes, guys. Alright, here you go. A fishing rod. If it's a little unpolished. My son Colin made this under instructions of his father. Colin about to be my stepson. You can use it if you like. Goodbye. It was nice to spend time with you. Alright, I'll stop simping, guys. I'm sorry. Man, someone get this man a drink of water. Ashe? Yeah, Ashe. I think that's her name. She's great. She's not like a waifu or anything. I fundamentally feel a connection with how dead her eyes are, you know? Man, why you guys stopped during the top 10 in the series? What can I say? I just don't have good enough taste. Goth Girl, Ashe, the one in Snowpeak, yeah. I won't lie, I'm as down bad as for Talmaz Nehru is for that dude's pregnant wife. Don't say it that way, that makes it sound horrible. I love Goron Mines if the Iron Boots weren't slower than playing Triforce Heroes. He needs some milk. Oh no. The goat is loose. Alright, I'm gonna nail it first try. I swear it. Ha! I got it. Dude, as a kid, I always failed the first try. I don't know why. It's so easy. No goat will get away when I have something to do with it. Okay, what the hell am I trying to do again? Oh, I need to go catch a fish. I remember. That's the one bad part about yapping is I forget what I'm supposed to do. Fishy time. Why did he eat the goat like that? Yeah, not very PETA friendly of him, was it? Oh no, my Steam notification. Tell me if you guys saw that Steam notification. No fishes here. I'll go try the other dock where the cat is. Teen Me would say, well, once I finish the sumo sequence, I'm fulfilled. Teen Me didn't totally thirst for Twilight Princess. Like, hey, you know, that's fair. That's fair. I'm pretty comfortable in my heterosexuality, but I can definitely appreciate Twilight Princess Link's physique. Well, you know, I say that, but then every time I rewatch Lord of the Rings and I see that scene of Viggo Mortensen opening the door during the Battle of Helm's Deep, it puts that into question. Oh yeah, I was always terrible at it when I was little. Simping for TP Link, it's very... absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. I'll try to be here for Goron Mine's gotta help a bro up. Please. Please, for the love of Hylia. I'll need it. Okay, so... for this one, do I just do it when it's at the bottom? Yes. Okay. Been a while since I played the fishing minigame. The sumo wrestling is one of the highlights of the game for sure. Link actually feels like he's strong as hell. Yeah, absolutely. Goodbye, kitty. Based fish enjoyer. You know, I always thought that I didn't like seafood very much. But it turns out that's not true. I just don't like seafood that you can get in a landlocked Canadian province. Because 2 summers ago, I went to Cartagena in Colombia. And I had some red snapper, and it was a transcendent experience. And then I went over to Jacksonville, Florida, and I got some seafood there. And it was amazing. So, seafood's great, just not shitty frozen seafood you get in Alberta, Canada. Dude, that scene is amazing. Aragorn and Uli simping in the same stream is crazy work. I guess I have a variety. Unfortunately, I can't stick around. I'm done cooking dinner now. Have a great stream, my friend. I'll swoop back in to chat later if I can. I appreciate you popping by, Burger. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, the stream's an hour and a half late, so that's totally fair. Have a good day, Captain. Bye, Captain. Yes, goodbye, Captain. The cats are an amazing part of this game. They are. I love that cutscene so much. Yeah, the kitties are so good. I love that you can pick the puppies up, too. Coastal seafood is incredible. Dude, it's insane. I couldn't believe it. Like, and I've even had quote-unquote fresh seafood here, and it just has, like, that intensely fishy taste, right? So, like, I didn't like it. It just tasted horrible. And, like, the seafood that we can buy at Walmart or whatever, I find to be genuinely inedible. Like, I find it disgusting. But, yeah, when I went to Cartagena or I went to Jacksonville, oh, man, it blew my socks off. Oh, you live close to Jacksonville, Florida, but you don't like seafood. Oh, that hurts. It hurts my heart to hear someone is living next to such amazing seafood and not enjoying it, but I'll do my best to understand. Okay, I want to buy your slingshot. 30 rupees. Gotta go rupee hunting. As a Floridian, I don't really like most fish too much, but salmon is pretty tasty and shrimp is the best. Oh yeah, I had some shrimp at Jacksonville. I can't remember. It was like blackened shrimp, I think. And it was amazing. Okay, guys, help me out. I'm kind of stuck here. Where do I get money from? I just really don't remember. I don't have a sword to cut grass with, so... Where can I get money from? I'm not much of a fish person exactly, but I love other seafood. Yeah, that's fair. Shrimp is great. I love crab. I don't eat lobster too much. I'm not going to get into a big... Oh boy, this is bad. I'm not going to get into a big ethical debate here, but I don't really like... Well, apparently trying to open a door is enough for them to leave you alone. I don't really like eating lobster just because... I don't know, I find the way that they're... I've worked in a kitchen, right? So, like, I've been around lobsters while they're being cooked, and just seeing them getting boiled alive, even if they don't feel pain or whatever, just feels really wrong to me. But if I'm at one of those places where they kill them first and then cook them, then I'll eat. Then I'll eat the lobster. What other seafood is there? I love clams. Clams are good. Oysters. Okay. The beehive tree. Use a hawk to knock down the beehive. Oh, use the hawk to knock down the beehive. Okay, that makes sense. I thought you shot it with the slingshot. That makes way more sense. It's very odd for sure. My husband and his whole family have frequent seafood boils. Oh, I would kill for a real seafood boil. We have restaurants that do seafood boils here in Alberta, Canada, but like, you know, they're not very authentic. Let's put it that way. They're not bad, but for the price, it's like a... Okay, climb onto houses and stuff, climb a tree. My favorite is shrimp. Shrimp's great. Link, I saw all that. Calling down a hawk. Why didn't I think of that? Because you're you and I'm me. I was thinking of trying to knock down that down myself, but you beat me to the punch, my boy. Cool. Alright, how do I get money now? Is there money where the thingy was? Oh, here's some money. Ooh, 2 monies. Quit being horrible, camera. Oh, no! Oops. That was cringe. Burgers are the best food of all time. Everywhere I go, I low-key write a critical review of the burger I had. I guess you could call me the Burger King. Yeah, I love a good burger. Steak is the best food ever. I love a good steak. If you don't knock it down before you talk to him, he gets stung by the bees, and it's a funny cutscene. That's amazing. There we go. The mayor's house has money. I need 4 more monies. So... Where's the mayor? There he is. If you don't knock it down and... Oh yeah, I read that already. Oh damn, I keep forgetting you're from Canada. How's it like having weather below 80 degrees? I am so Canadian that I don't know what that converts to in Celsius. But the answer is really cold. Really, really cold. We have snow for usually 8 months of the year. Which is just great. On top of the mayor's house. Okay. I'm struggling, guys. Nobody said I was good at video games, just that I loved them. But yeah, it's, you know, living in such a cold place has its good parts and its bad parts. Like, obviously I get real tired of 8 months of snow, and I get tired of, you know, it being 40 degrees below or whatever. But At the same time, like, my girlfriend is in Georgia right now, and I go spend a lot of time with her, and I simply cannot deal with the bugs. There are bugs everywhere. Every building has a bug infestation in Georgia, and it's just something people come to terms with. And it's like nasty bugs too, like centipedes and millipedes and stuff like that. And that stuff is foul to me. And that's one of the trade-offs of it being so cold here, is that it's too cold for the bugs. The spiders that Georgia have are horrifying. Our spiders are really tiny. So it's like it comes with its good and its bad. Steak is great too, but it's so much money that I rarely get it. You gotta make your own steaks or just find a good, cheap steakhouse. I have a steakhouse I go to. It's about $22 a steak. Really good steak. I go all the time. Like 27 Celsius. Oh, dude, 27 Celsius? That's like a warm day for us. That's t-shirt weather. 27, that's t-shirt weather. Here in Georgia, we get snow 0 months of the year. Yeah, I spent a Christmas in Georgia with my girlfriend, and it was often very funny because I would be out letting the dogs out in the morning on the 15th of December in my pajamas and a t-shirt, and her parents would just be horrified. She'd be like, "Aren't you cold?" I was like, "No, this is t-shirt weather." Hey, if you're not struggling, it's okay. The real Twilight Princess is the friends we made along the way. That's good. Okay, I got a slingshot now. I guess I can go see the children. Just gonna re-chat and refuel before I leave this area. Not good at video games. What is this, a Tyler stream? Oof, Tyler catching strays. We all suck at games, that's good. It's so humid in GA, it's real. That's real true. Oh yeah, bugs are annoying. Absolutely. Here in Ohio, it's cold and we have a ton of bugs in the spring and fall. Yeah, there are some areas, and we do have bugs here. They're just little ones, you know? Like, we do have tons of bugs. It's just that they're little tiny ones that aren't that creepy. All the big ones die in the winter or whatever. I love where I live because the cold kills all the bugs. Yeah, exactly. I love the cold. I hate anything above 70F21C, and I hate bugs. Florida has palmetto bugs. Oh, I hate palmetto bugs. I just can't. Humidity too. I promise there are reasons I like living in Florida. That's good. I like Florida. I was there to go to Jacksonville, and then I've also been there to go to Universal Studios. And I really enjoyed it both times. Eventually I'll go there so I can visit Edible. That's something that's definitely going to happen. So yeah, I think Florida's perfectly lovely. And everyone there was pretty nice, you know. So yeah. Florida goated. The bugs have finally just gone back to hell for a few months. Okay, Derp, as a Georgia fella, do you get those little black millipedes in your house? They disgust me. And my girlfriend got an infestation so bad we had to put tape on the door frame. And then we went to sleep and I woke up and the tape was just covered in them. There was like 100 of them. It's insane. See you, Russell. I make my own steaks a lot. Yeah, steaks are so easy to make. That's the best part, especially if you like rare steaks. Like, you just slap them on a grill, 30 seconds, a minute each side, and they're done. It's super duper easy. Okay, here's some Twilight Princess praise. I think the enemy designs are so cool. Like, that's just a regular ass spider. Look how cool it looks. Texas has such questionable weather. Ah, we have a Texan in the chat. We got a Floridian, a Georgian, and a Texan in the chat. I don't need a winter coat unless it's under 10C. Yeah, it's 10C even for me. I would probably just wear my sweater. I don't put a coat on until it gets to around -5 Celsius, I would say. That's the point where I start wearing a winter coat. But again, that's just because I live in the middle of a deep freeze, right? The cold is my home. I hate heat so much. Someday I'll make a cooking channel where I make roasted Skyward Sword. Palmetto bugs I kill with genuine passion. They're so nasty. Florida's nice. I want to go back soon. I went twice in summer 22. Yeah, I had a great time. I just went to California for the first time. Actually, I went to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania? That's the state, right? I went to Pennsylvania and California for the first time this summer, and I had a really great time at both of them. I went to Nintendo Land in California, and I went to the Poconos in Pennsylvania, and they were both awesome. I got to have a real cheesesteak. That was awesome. Palmetto bugs are the spawn of Satan himself. But yes, going to Universal is cool. I have a good friend who works there, and he gets me tickets for free sometimes. That's really awesome. Yeah, I had a great time at the Florida Universal. I went to the California Universal too, and I liked the movie stuff at California Universal, but Florida Universal was way more fun. TP enemy design is incredible. Yeah, it is. Except for, I think that the Shadow Beasts are really boring. Maybe it's because there's only 2 types of them. But I definitely think they're boring. But if they do, they come in the basement. Yeah, well, I think that's probably the issue is we live, like, when I'm with my girlfriend, I usually stay for a couple months at a time, right? And we live in the basement, essentially, so we get the brunt of it. And those little bastards are just so gross. Hello, Epoch Gamer. Thanks for coming and joining. I appreciate you being here. And an Ohioan. I love to go to Ohio, man. I know people always make fun of how boring it is, but I thought Ohio always looked really cool. Nehru attacks Southerners with his cold takes. Brutal. Look how we were bringing the TP love out of him. Well, that's what the stream is for, right? Alright, I'll shoot the slingshot. I wanted to try and get motion control set up on my emulator, but I didn't have the time. Maybe for the next stream. Oh, ouchie. He doesn't even dodge it, he just takes it. I'm a Wisconsinite, so it's pretty cold here too. Great cheese. I went to college in Ohio, experienced snow for the first time, and instantly fell in love. Yeah, it just seems like a great place. My favorite state I've ever been to is Oregon. It's just so beautiful. It reminds me of BC in Canada, British Columbia. And Portland was a pretty cool city. But, so I love Oregon. That's probably my favorite state. How Floridians can wear a hoodie above 30°C. Yeah, that's nuts to me. You complain about Shadow Beasts. Yeah, they're just boring. There should have been more than one version of them, you know? Snow is the one thing I love about the cold. Other than that, I completely prefer warm weather. Yeah, it's give or take. Like, when I'm in Georgia, I really enjoy being away from the snow. When I'm in Canada, I really enjoy being away from the bugs. If there were more Shadow Beasts, I definitely would have loved TP more. Yeah. Shadow Beasts are boring. They are super... Yeah, I think the Shadow Beasts are cool as they are. I just wish there were more variations of them. That's all. As a Floridian Triforce, I cannot. I don't wear hoodies or coats until 45.7C. I really appreciate you guys putting both of the types of measurement now. Because I don't know the conversion at all. Mallow did the Matrix dodge, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess that would be what he is. He despises children. Not wrong. I want to go to Oregon. Nehru, Oregon group meet. We're probably going to do a Nehru, Georgia group meet at some point because there's just genuinely so many of us in the area. I basically always wear sweatpants for some reason. Don't really know why. I just do. I like sweatpants because, like, they're warm enough that they insulate you in the cold, but they're also loose enough that you can wear them during the heat. I command you to tell us. Okay. What did Colin's dad bring? Oh, you got it. I hope you like it. Aren't you off work today, Link? I sure am. Okay. Like I said, I love the cold. The only time I don't is if we have dance performances outside. Oh, yeah, that's fair. The cold destroys your lungs, while dancing warmth is better for lungs and muscles. It's funny, actually, because we had a surprise dump of snow for Remembrance Day, and all our Remembrance Day ceremonies are outside, and I felt so bad, or Veterans Day, I guess it is in America, and I felt so bad for the bagpiper. He's just standing outside in his kilt with bare legs in the middle of the snow. Ooh, tough work. I hope he was getting statutory pay. What did I complain about? The Shadow Beasts? I don't register that as a complaint because I said they're cool, I just wish there was more of them. But if anyone else agrees, I'll take my L. I use Celsius, and everyone around me uses Fahrenheit, so I'm fluent at the conversion. Yeah. We don't use Fahrenheit for anything here except for, like, pizza boxes, but even then it's only like 450 to Celsius that I memorize or whatever, right? I think one thing not talked about enough is Twilight Princess's Twilight Enemies is the 6 synth that plays when they're attacking you. Yeah, it's a good backing track. I teach ballet, tap, jazz, hip hop, modern, ballet, technique, point, and musical theater. Holy moly. We got a dancing Chad in the chat here. Wow, that's a lot. Sounds awesome. I actually just finished up playing Captain Hook in a show last week. My girlfriend and I are actually going to start doing classes for ballroom dancing pretty soon. I'm looking forward to that. Remembrance Day is such a better name for it. Yeah, it's the name I always grew up with, and I think Veterans Day is a fine name, but I think Remembrance Day is a bit more poetic. Especially because, you know, I appreciate the focus on veterans that comes with calling it Veterans Day, but I also think calling it Remembrance Day encourages you to think about the scenarios of the world wars and what led up to them, in addition to remembering the people that fought in them. But I have a veteran. My grandpa fought in World War II, and he always talked about how he thought it was as important for us to remember what caused the wars as it was for us to remember the people who fought in them. And that kind of always just stuck with me. Didn't expect we'd be getting into Remembrance Day philosophy in our Twilight Princess stream. But, such is life. Yeah, I like musicals too. I don't watch enough of them, but I definitely enjoy the couple that I've seen. I was hoping to see Hamilton when it came through my town here, but I just wasn't able to get the time off. Oh, spin attack. Oops. Didn't hold it for long enough. There we go. I'm sorry you have to waste your time with these little brats when you must be tired from doing all the important stuff you do. I always think it's so funny when characters have crushes on Link. It's such a fun thing. Especially Groose, who obviously has the biggest crush on Link. Yeah. Ohio really has all the seasons and they can get pretty extreme. Yeah, that's kind of how Alberta is, right? We have winters that get so cold that our pipes freeze and burst, and we have pipes that are built for the winter, keep in mind. And then it gets so hot that our sidewalks crack. Like, it's just kind of horrifying. It's funny that we had the first Nehru Discord VC last night. I swear our Discord VCs are so frightening to get into, but fun. Yeah, I always dodged voice chats like the plague until this year, and then I started chatting with more people in voice, and then I realized it's still very nerve-wracking up front, but it's pretty fun once you get in them. Okay, I decided even if everybody abandons me in chat, I'm finishing this damn tutorial tonight. Okay. Mallow going from this to being a capitalistic business millionaire after getting to leave home is a top 5 character arc in the series, absolutely. Without a doubt. Oh man, that's I really appreciate how much Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom worked on making the horse be a more smooth experience. That doesn't count as complaining, right? They went that way. The rest is up to you. Thanks, Omi. I'm the same way with voice chats, but I always end up making great friends whenever I join. I've been wanting to hop in the Subrosia voice. I think it was just 2, maybe 3 people, but it was nice to see the channel actually getting used. I feel the same way. I do VC once a month for patrons during my live streams, and I'm always nervous going in, but I end up loving it by the end. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it was fun getting to chat with you in Burger's stream as well. I always really enjoy getting the chance to talk to some people that I normally just talk to over text. It's always fun. Making real progress. And I'm doing it by ignoring chat. Let's see what Mr. Afro has to say over here. Who's our favorite shopkeeper in Zelda? Matt Mercer, of course. Whoa, in Ordonian. Hey, guy. Listen, I'm not sure you should be wandering around the woods without a lantern, because just because it's daylight doesn't mean it's safe. There are a ton of caves and dank spots around here that get pretty dark. What a cool dude just gives me a lantern for free. What a beautiful guy. See, I see. Oh. Still pretty cool. I appreciate the thought all the same. Am I stupid? How do I get off my horse? There we go. The answer to that question is yes. I am stupid. See, if he was if he wasn't actually a nice guy, he would give me the lantern empty, but he gives you the lantern with some oil in it, so he's not totally a heartless salesperson. Alrighty. Time to fight a Dekubaba. Get poked. Ohio isn't really that boring, at least compared to the Midwest states like Kansas or something. Well, Kansas has tornadoes that send you to alternate dimensions, at least. I do find it hilarious how Canada just uses different measurements depending on what you're measuring. Oh yeah, absolutely. We use feet all the time here, even though it's not like a professional measurement. Colloquially, we use feet all the time. You know, we use both types of fluid measurement. But there are some things, like, if you were to ask me how many miles away something is, I would have absolutely no idea. I would be utterly at a loss, because we just use kilometers for pretty much everything here. That was a subtle complaining, but we'll let it slide. That's good. That's good. I tried to word it tactfully. I think I'm doing a pretty good job of not complaining, and boy, I've wanted to. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it's a mouse! Here's another compliment. Twilight Princess has one of the least annoying low heart noises. Some of the low heart noises in the other games make me want to jump off a bridge. Oh boy, what am I doing here? I think I never played a Zelda game before. Oh, I see what's the issue. It's funny. The buttons on my controller are not the same as the buttons on the screen. And I'm pressing the wrong buttons because I'm focusing on what the screen says the buttons are and not my controller. That makes... So I'm not total garbage. Okay, let me catch up on chat. We're a bit behind here. I do voice chat every 3 months. Used to do VC daily with a group, but we kind of parted ways after the server died. Yeah, that's fair. I do a lot of voice chatting with my in-person, with my real-life friends because we're all in different cities. So we voice chat usually about once a week. The bird is definitely my favorite shopkeeper in this series. We letting Nehru slide on a lot of stuff. That's good. BRB got to clean dishes and put the dinner leftovers away. Thanks for hanging around, Geek Apprentice. Hope to see you again soon. You should eat some of his soup. Yeah, I've seen what happens. I like the fact this lantern guy and the 2 other characters are siblings, but you kind of have to pay attention to know that. I try to VC in another server I'm in about once a week, trying to kill that VC shyness. That's great to hear. I'm trying to do the same thing. Even streaming for me is a tremendous... It is hugly out of my comfort zone to be doing this right now. I will Saber VCing with you guys in MM server is always fun. I wish I could do it more. What the fuck is a kilometer? It's the best unit of measurement. Yeah, the lantern guy. Hina the fisher is beautiful. And the girl in charge of the Boat River game are all siblings. That's true. The low heart noise is actually somewhat unobtrusive. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. Like, the other games, and I think this is the intention, both the other games, when the low heart noise happens, I want to get I want to get a heart pronto just to shut it the hell up. But with this one, it's like, it's there, and it gets annoying eventually, but it's not that bad. Oh, we got some bro ships in the chat. Why does this background music kind of sound like Stranger Things? Are we Stranger Things fans in the chat here? Any stranger heads? Thing heads? I don't know. I like Stranger Things. Good show. Honestly, feet is a good distance of measurement, not short like centimeters, but not big like meters. Yeah, that's kind of what it is, right? Like, I think in Canada, we keep the ones that are useful and do things that metric can't. And then we discard the rest of them that make absolutely no sense, like a yard. I do despise low heart noises, yeah. I've returned for a little bit. All I want to say is happy Sprite Cranberry season. Great drink. Go to drink. Being able to drink any choo-choo jelly you want is a nice design choice. Drinking black choo-choo jelly and losing a quarter heart will never not be funny. Absolutely true. The Riverboat Lady is one of the best waifus in the game. She's... Whew. I don't know if she beats the literal mommy, but... Oh, it's a guy! Get poked, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit worried that stutter compiler stutter was gonna bog my game down, but it's been pretty smooth. At least on my end. I hope it's smooth for you guys. Never watch it, but Stranger Things fans annoy you? What, really? You don't like all the people dressing up as Eddie and doing cringe things? Welcome back, Aitha. Not really. Watched a few episodes, didn't really get my interest since my brain's weird. You know, it's interesting you say that because I actually really didn't like season 1. I just watched it because my girlfriend wanted to, and she really liked it, so we went on to watch season 2, and then I got hooked on season 2. But yeah, season 1, I for whatever reason, it did not resonate with me. Like, I'm a big D&D guy, so I enjoyed all the Dungeons and Dragons references, but oh, my thingy is dying. Other than that, yards are absolutely useless unless you're measuring an American football field. Alright, so not the worst thing that we don't utilize it. Okay, some more TP love coming here. I love the mechanic to just swing your sword while you're walking. It's so good. I've always loved that. I love the noise the sword makes when you get a critical hit on an enemy. Oh, I haven't noticed. I'll try and pay attention to it. I have a measurement locked in that's completely impractical. For anyone not in my profession whose measurements are brick, stud, and plate, I work with a lot of Lego. Oh, that's interesting, working with Lego as a profession. Game is as smooth as BOTW faces, that's good. I have never run out of lantern oil, except for the time the monkey used it on any playthrough. Yeah, I think I just forgot that it was on. Without a key, you cannot proceed. Let's find that key then. Hopefully my mindless wandering isn't bothering you guys. I am deeply insecure about streaming, so bear with me. The slingshot into sword stab is how you know I'm an Ocarina of Time fan. Okay, I'm assuming the key's up there. Just gotta figure out how to get up on here. Man, it's such an interesting experience going from playing something like Wind Waker or Ocarina of Time to this, because it's like in those games I just know exactly where to go in every single level. But with this, it's totally new for me because I just play it so infrequently. Beast is doing a crab. Okay, so there it is. Now how to get up there? Oh, here's a... This will lead to something, I hope. Oof. Good old Zelda platforming. Does it count if I'm complaining about something that... If I'm complaining something about the franchise at large? Like how the platforming is horrible, but the series forces you to do it in really narrow areas anyways. Oof. Or is this when are you supposed to do this as Wolf Link? Is that why? Oh, you can't get there as a human. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, backseat game for me, guys. How do I get to that key? Oh, so you work at a Lego store. That makes sense. Oh, right. I knew that already. I remember you posting that in the server. I appreciate that, Saber. It assuages my worries somewhat. I remember last time I streamed, I was doing... the last time I streamed was when I made that video years and years ago. It might have been before you guys joined my server, so I don't even know if you saw it. But I did like a big collaboration video with a whole bunch of other YouTubers where I had them do challenges for the Zelda series as like a way to pass time during COVID. And most of the videos ended up being Breath of the Wild challenges. So I streamed doing some of the challenges. And I just remember the thing that freaked me out the most was when people joined my stream off of the front page and had no idea who I was. Because then they're like giving me shit for being a boring streamer. And I was like, I'm not doing it for you guys. This is for my friends. I am lost. It's in the cave around here somewhere. You've got to run around so much. I'm completely disoriented. Alright, I'll look for a cave. Is it this cave? Did Edible take the controller? Is this something he would try to do? Is this? I don't know. This is the cave I came from. Hey, welcome back, Bread. Complaining about the series at large is acceptable. That's good. Oh, I feel so stupid right now. Where is this cave? A complaint I have about the series at large is the inconsistency between rupee values and color. That's fair. Is it this cave? Let's find out. Let's create a bottleneck for our foes. Oh, sorry about that. But we're here now. It's a key. Anything up here? Negative. Yeah, just because I don't need to fight him doesn't mean that I don't want to. What is this, Breath of the Wild? Oh, did I need to light the torches? Oof. My biggest complaint about middle era Zelda is not being able to jump over fences. Alright, I'm gonna dip for a bit. Hopefully I'll be back. See you, Beast. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Oh, a piece of heart. I'll grab it on my way back. We got Birdie. Whoa, hey, you're super. Now just buy something. Sad. Okay, well, let's buy some lantern oil. What do I get? Oh, there it is. And let's buy some potion. That was probably a waste, but oh well. I'm not gonna steal the lantern oil. I couldn't do that to my pal. How much do they cost again? I don't know. Let's give him 30 rupees. $30 is plenty, thank you very much. Hey, Keelik. Nice to see you here, man. Thanks a ton for joining. We are very slowly making our way through while talking about the U.S. states, miles versus kilometer, the ethics of eating lobsters, The term Remembrance Day versus Veterans Day, and simping over Russell's wife. So, you know, pretty average day. Yay, it's the monkey who's gonna play a pivotal role later. I've never shortchanged him. I've only stolen or paid fully. That's hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna mention it to your dad. And he's gonna beat you. Oops. Oopsie. My son told me Tallow disappeared into the woods and had not returned. I came as soon as I heard, but it looks like you've brought him home already. I apologize. Such a task should not fall on you. Red rupees are like 20-30 on average alone. I've never shortchanged him. I spark it up with my brother. My mom has named him Mo. I see. Simping over Russell's wife, but everyone overlooks Zant. Oh, gross. Spin attack and TB feels so off to perform. Yeah, it feels like you gotta hold it for a little bit longer than you would think. But it feels satisfying once it goes off. Spin attacks in every other game feel off. That's funny. If I'm lucky, I may even get to meet Princess Zelda. You mean my horse? Yes, Zelda has great spin attack. That's absolutely true. Okay. Just give me 1 second here, fellas. Okay. I'll be right back. I just need to make a quick phone call. Should only be 5 minutes. So I will be right back. Alright, we're back in business. Sorry about that. Had to make a call and eat a couple bites of food. Climb onto Zelda and holler at me. Woo! That's spicy. My day was good. I woke up pretty late, so most of the day was spent rushing to get everything set up for today. D&D minifigs are great, though. Are you, total D&D head, Aitha? Herding goats like no one's business. Get going, you little jerk. Go, go, go. This minigame is goated. Literally. You ate chicken? Dude, I have been eating chicken Caesar salad for like 3 days. I don't know why, I just can never get sick of it. Chicken Caesar salad's a goated food. I like D&D, I just don't have time for it. That's fair, it's a time-consuming hobby. Look, it's the goat! I want to be, but my current problem is scheduling sessions, finding a DM. Luckily, I have a friend I work with who DMs and has brought up his intentions to run a one-shot with me and some others. Okay. Have you played before, or is it something you're just trying to get into? Aw, look at those two cuties. Aw, look at that cutie. Ilia and Zelda together. What happened? She's injured, isn't she? See, look, I understand that it's annoying, but she has a point. You gotta be nice to your aminals. And you know, I'm not gonna go all, you know, I'm not gonna go too extreme, but I will say, I find it very interesting that when you have a character who does nothing but complain about everything, like Ilia or, you know, Bulma and Dragon Ball Z, but it's a female, everyone hates them. But if you have a character that does nothing but complain about everything and it's a male, like Vegeta or Sasuke from Naruto, oh, they're fan favorites. I find that interesting. I've played like 3 sessions total, so I'm pretty new to it, but I've always loved the idea of it. Okay, I've been running D&D for about, I would say, 7 years now, I would say. With the same players. I played D&D once, and if I had friends who played, I'd consider doing it again. Well, it's a great way to make new friends, Saber. I've made a lot of friends that way. Although it's not always smooth sailing. My current I have two groups I play tabletop games with right now. I have my online group, which are my real life friends. We play D&D every Sunday, and then I have a group of strangers that I met to play Pathfinder with, which is like another TTRPG, and they're great. But they were this fifth group I've joined, and the other four were all horrible. Just weird, annoying people. So trying to find people to play TTRPGs with can be a bit of a gamble, but eventually you'll find cool people. It's strange because I'm not much of a board game guy, so you'd think TTRPGs would be right out. Well, how board game like TTRPGs are really depends on the game. You know, you have something like 4th edition D&D where it literally just does feel like a board game with role-playing. But then you have something like Call of Cthulhu where it doesn't feel like a board game at all. And then there's a gradient between with 5th edition D&D kind of feeling like it's right in the middle. She has a small scratch. Keela, come on, don't be a hater. Look, all I'm saying is if someone even accidentally hurt my dog, I'm gonna be freaking out on them. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just an animal guy, so I can sympathize with Ilia. I just gotta say goodbye to my waifu. Goodbye. She thinks it'll be lonely without me. You hear that? Lonely without me. Oh, I'll promise you anything. This is one of my favorite moments with Ilia. Yeah. I'm working on writing my fan fiction on Rain World. Oh, that sounds cool. I mean, yeah, you gotta be nice to them. I think they're annoying either way, TBH. That's fair. I actually do kind of find Vegeta and Bulma both annoying, so that's that's fair. Not all friends are D&D friends. That's very true. Some friends make bad D&D friends. I am very lucky, though, in that the fact that all of my friends are excellent to play D&D with. I got super duper lucky. Like, all my real life friends turned out to be great D&D players. A lot of my friends play D&D, but they also don't have AP homework. Very fair. Oh, I've played Pathfinder before. I don't like Pathfinder at all. I really just play it because I like the people I play it with. Yeah, we can go see Ilia together. I think the difference is that typically for the male ones, the complaining is more edgy, while with females, typically it's more complaining from the love interest. Different vibes, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. Although with Dragon Ball, which is the example I keep coming back to, every female character loudly complains all the time. Let's go. He's still alive. Welcome back, Eddie. I wonder how people would find a female rival who was completely edgelord. Anybody know good examples? I feel like I do. I just can't think of one off the top of my head, but I'm going to think about that. This man is literally John Wick. Nehru, I think she likes you. Oh, I think so too. She got me blushing. It's all about Android 18. Android 18's great. Android 18's goated. 8,000 words on your current fic, Epoch. That's great to hear. Keep it up. Sometimes it's not about the gameplay and more about socialization, and playing the TTRPG is a part of that social contract. Absolutely. I cannot count the amount of times where my friends and I have booted online, entered the Discord server to play D&D, and we usually play for 4 hours, and then we end up playing D&D for like an hour and just yapping the other 3 hours. Yeah, Jerobi complains quite a bit. He sure does. I'm actually cosplaying as Yajirobe pretty soon here, just as a total aside. I'm in the process of losing some weight. I'm a bit chunky right now, but I decided before I lose weight, I want to take advantage of my chunk and cosplay Yajirobe. So, Nehru Yajirobe cosplay inbound. What's her name for Pokemon Sword and Shield? I don't know. I only play the good Pokemon games. Krillin, one of the best scores of anime history. Absolutely. And frickin' Piccolo set that layup for him. What's so fun about swinging something like that around anyways? I hate it. It's scary. Link's the wrong guy to be complaining about. I feel like I feel like there's one on the tip of my tongue with like a female edgelord rival. I guess Claymore a little bit, but the main character's female too, so I guess that kind of defeats the point. Dude, we gotta figure out that anime convention meetup one day, Squad Bros. Absolutely. Next Halloween, my friends and I are gonna try to do the Ginyu Force for all the Dragon Ball fans. I cannot gain weight whatever I do. I'm stuck here at 6'1", 120 pounds. I'll trade you some. We'll talk to some doctors, see if we can arrange it. Triforce Creeper just casually dropping that he's 6'1". Oh, I missed! I don't know what height I am. I think I'm like 5'10", but it's been a long time since I measured. So I don't know if you still grow as an adult, but I think I'm like 5'10". I'm not really too sure though. Freerun is great. That's totally fair. I love Freerun. I need to finish it. I'm like 12 episodes in or something like that. Okay, I'm gonna catch up on chat because this is a good scene. Marnie's an edge character. I don't know. Didn't play that Pokemon game. Well, I tried actually. I just really didn't like it very much. I don't like being 6'1". The height dysphoria is insane. Yeah, that's fair. Creeper, more like chatter. What happened while I was gone? Literally nothing. We're not even a dog yet. I don't know my exact height, but I'm at least 5'10". Yeah, I think I'm like 5'10", maybe a tall 5'9", but I can't really remember. I work at a museum and I had to do some measurements for costumes. But I didn't ask what my height was. I asked a couple other things, but I didn't ask what my height was. I should have. It's weird not knowing how tall you are. Not short, but not tall, I think is pretty much just what I tell people. If you came to take Zelda back, you can forget it. Yeah, we haven't leveled up to furry yet. Man, we got some height moggers in the chat here. Why don't you think what you've done for... Okay, maybe Ilia's being a little extreme. I can agree. Still, I just don't think it's quite worth the hate she gets. But... I don't know. I can sympathize with her. But let's put it that way. How do I... Oh, the tunnel in the woods. Durr. We're just wandering in the dark here. How do I get to that cave? Am I stupid? Yes, I am. Don't answer that. Oh, here we are. His chat filled with furries. Well, it's filled with Twilight Princess fans, aren't that? Isn't that the same thing? I come in around at 2'3". I'm tall for my age, I heard. Wow, derp. Breaking Bad mid, building benevolence better. That's beautiful. Okay, I'm going to read chat, and then we're going to stop until we're dogs. I'm just going to focus until we're dogs. Me personally, I'm not a furry. A cat girl, however. Ooh, try first creeper cat girl. Horses are meant to run and such. It is always sad when they get hurt, of course, but you can't just live a life of complete safety. That's true. But I think there's a difference between accidents that happen naturally and accidents that happen because you were negligent. And from the sounds of it, this isn't the first time that Link has heard the horse jumping the fences. If it's a recurring problem that Link is choosing to do anyways, then I think Ilia's kind of in the right, you know what I mean? I don't know, that's what I think. It's all shipping wars, man. Fighting Midna earned her a spot in the demon realm. Ilia would watch the heck out of My Little Pony. Probably. I know some female edgy characters, but I can't remember any of them right now. Yeah, like, they're there, I just can't think. I don't know, I guess... Oh, Attack on Titan? Annie? That... I think that might be what I was thinking of. I get her angle, but still. Dude, it's actually so nice here in South Florida. Low 70, such an anomaly. I wish. That's fair. It could be negligence thing. Yeah, it's just like, it sounds like it's something that he's done before, you know? Alright, here we go. Dog time. I'm not even going to look at chat because I'll be tempted to read it. I had no idea. I hadn't heard the details about Talos' capture. But Colin... Friend-zoned. So you still prefer your master over me, huh, Zelda? Link is Zelda's master. We're getting into some weird stuff here. Don't worry about your horse, Link. Fortunately, it looks like the injury isn't too serious. You two can go on together. But Link... Can you at least promise me this? No matter what happens on your journey, don't try to do anything out of your league, please. Come on, it's a Zelda game. Just come home safely. Come on. She's such a nice girl. Oh no. She got it shot. Oof. Why didn't Link just double backflip out of the way? What was he thinking? If Miles Morales can do a backflip for no reason, Link can do a backflip for a reason. King Bulblin. I always kind of roll my eyes when I see people talk about what an interesting character he is, but this time I'm really going to try and focus on the nuances and see if I can see what you guys see about King Bulblin. This song goes hard. Good morning, Link. Good morning, Link. Snatched. Here they are, the shadow beasties. I mean, it's no American Werewolf in London, but that is a pretty cool scene. I'll admit it. The little Triforce on his doggy paw. That's so cute. I never noticed that before. And there's Midna. Alright, I'm going to catch up on chat before we advance any further. Okay. Edible is another Florida bro based. Edible's trying to leave. Understandable. I wonder what happened to Ilia's mom. It's a good question. Like mechas, reject furry, become machine. Fair. He's not looking. Quick post memes. I'm probably not going to be down here for much longer. Oh, we got a mass Florida exodus. Come to Canada. Come to Alberta, Canada. Don't come to Calgary. It's not good here. I love my city, but foreshadowing hits harder than the bat that's about to knock Link out. Link has no survival instincts in the scene at all. Probably going to go to school in Utah for a bit. Oh, I don't know. Utah's the one state I don't have much desire to visit. That and, I don't know, Kentucky. I don't know what's in Kentucky. Sorry if I have any Kentuckians in the chat. I just don't, there's not much of a pull to visit Kentucky. Washington's great. I like Washington. I've only ever driven through it, but it was nice to drive through. Pacific Northwest is great. This part of the manga was so cool. I've never read the Twilight Princess manga. I kind of bounce off the Zelda mangas. I don't like how a lot of them are written. Seattle's, I've only been once, but it was great. Vancouver's beautiful. Definitely come to Vancouver, Eddie. You'll have a great time. And I would do my best to come see you. I do like King Bulblin. He's cool. Yeah, he's... Seattle rains 24/7, so I've heard. The music there when the Twilight Gate is shown is so good, I cannot even explain. It feels like utter dread and terror. Absolutely, it does. Here at my mom's house, I'm in the greater Columbus area. My dad's are in Cincinnati. Lately, I've been such an American geography buff. Bro gets dreads and earrings as a little doggo. I'm so upset the Crew video game got shut down. Did you see that movement to try and get it put back up, Eddie? Eddie, try not to yap about the Crew challenge level. Impossible. I didn't know he was such a big fan. I live more north of Ohio, Akron, Cleveland area. I have a couple friends in Alberta. I love my city. I hate my province is, I guess, the best way to put it. I love Edmonton, Alberta. I'm doxing myself here. I love Edmonton, Alberta. And I probably will never leave because I just think it's a great city. Alberta itself is not my favorite. Such is life. Okay, we're caught up. Dang, we've been going for 2 hours, 21 minutes, and you guys are still here, so thanks a lot. I really appreciate it, everybody. We will for sure get out of the sewers today. Midna. That booty shot was intentional. It had to be, right? Okay. So, when it comes to Midna, I think it's known that I don't love Midna as much as most people. I would like to know what you guys think about Midna and why you like her. If you would like to hear my explanation for why I don't like her, I'll give it. But obviously, I can only complain with permission. So, please let me know why you like Midna. And let me know if you want to hear my reasoning for not really liking her. The AI generated voice clip. I can't post that here, Keelik. I would get all the fans that I have cultivated over the years would leave immediately. Excellent character design, amazing personality. That's fair. She just interesting design for sure. She's a funny gremlin. That's true. Okay, so the explanation. So I think Midna's fine. I don't think she's a bad character or anything like that. The primary reason that I don't really find her as appealing as other people do is because when people explain their reasoning for liking her, they're just explaining a textbook tsundere character, like every single one of them. Just like, oh, I like that she starts off antagonistic towards Link, and then over the course of time she becomes really close to him. And I'm like, okay, so, you know, watch Evangelion, you know, like that's just every tsundere character to ever exist, and people present it with Midna as if it's a novel concept, whereas it's just like, and there is an entire character genre of mean girls who fall in love with the character. Not to say Midna falls in love with Link, although I kind of get those vibes, but there's an entire genre of mean girls who become nice to the character over time, and people act as if Midna is cutting edge because of it. You know, I think that's sort of my issue. Midna's fine, and as a tsundere, she's perfectly fine, but people present her as if she is breaking new ground. Maybe in terms of Zelda character she is, I'd probably be willing to admit that, since, you know, the writing is never that deep in Zelda characterizations anyways. But, I don't know, it's just, it feels very weird that the most common trope in anime is getting praised as being original in this scenario. That's my reason for thinking she's fine. Or she's not that amazing. You know, fine character, just I always find it funny when people act like she's a mind-blowing character arc. All 12 fans in chat. Hey now. Okay, let me catch up. I like how Midna changes over the game steadily to become a better person. That's good. While not a huge on TP myself, Midna is an incredibly well-written and complex character as far as support characters go, and has a well-defined character arc through the story acts. Very true. Imp Midna, Final Form Midna. I think I could agree with that. Despite not being able to play Twilight Princess, I think I like her because she passes the vibe test. She does pass the vibe test. That's very true. She has a good design, bit of sass. I like her arc with the getting blasted with light and the quest for that. The song is very good. I mean, that's fair, but her final form is hot, and that's what counts. No argument. No argument. She's a little goblin. Like Flandre Scarlet from Toho. I've never played Toho, should I? Hot take, but I love Fee's growth more than Midna. Fee was an interesting character. I like Fee. I think her development is great, but what I think takes her a step further for me is that she has very unique origins with the Twilight and stuff. Absolutely. Jokes aside, I'm not a huge anime watcher, and I don't think a lot of us Zelda fans are, so that's probably why it's more novel for us. You know, I never thought about that. That could very much be the case. Although Tsundere archetype, there's a lot of a lot of North American shows that have it too, but that's fair. Fee makes me super sad. People need to learn what tsundere actually means. Tackling the label on any girl with a slight attitude is annoying. I mean, fair enough, but I definitely think that if you were to overlay Midna's character arc with some of the textbook examples of a tsundere, there's going to be a lot of overlap. If you disagree with me, that's fine, but that's just what I'm saying. The trope also applies to Eslo, which is way more goated. I actually don't like Eslo. Is that edgy? Therefore, her changing towards Link is cool, but what really makes her awesome to me is her views changing on Hyrule as a ruler. That's a good point. They write her better in the manga. That's interesting. Is there a Wind Waker manga me need? I would assume so. I think there's The one and only I own is for Minish Cap, and if they're going to make a Minish Cap manga, I would assume they'd make a Wind Waker one. But I don't really know. Is it canon that Fi is still alive within the Master Sword, or does she age die? Well, I mean, that's kind of the question, right? Is her noise plays in that one Breath of the Wild scene, and Princess Zelda in Breath of the Wild constantly refers to being able to communicate with the voice of the sword. So, like, to me, that conveys that she's still in Breath of the Wild, but we don't really know for certain. Although, God, how boring would it be being stuck in the Master Sword, especially for the entire length of the big plot twist in Tears of the Kingdom, which we won't spoil because Eddie somehow still hasn't beat it. Okay. Ooh, aren't you scary? Ee-hee, are you sure you want to be doing that, snarling and glaring at me? Well, that's too bad. I was planning on helping you if you were nice. Ee-hee, that's much better. You humans are obedient to a fault, aren't you? Oops, but aren't you a human? You aren't a human anymore, are you? You're a beast. Ee-hee. There, you'll be a good boy and calm down. That's why people like Midna, is because she calls the player a good boy. That's all it is. I see you degenerates for what you are. Men really are simple. You look kind of surprised. That's one thing I do like with Midna, is that they always have weird camera angles for her popping into the screen. That's fun. Fi, I don't know. Pronunciation in The Legend of Zelda is something that I've given up trying to figure out. Because people, not to say you are, but people just get upset about it all the time for everything, you know. I had people lose their mind, to be genuinely angry in one of my videos because I called Navi Navi. Or, no, I called Navi Navi. People were losing their minds, like, legitimately upset about it in the comments. Like, I don't know why people get so worked up over that stuff, especially in a series with no voice acting until recently, so. Fi. I call her Fi. I call her Fi, but lots of people call her Fi. I just go back and forth, so I have both my bases covered. Okay, another thing going for Midna is the fact that she's present throughout the whole story. Most Zelda companions tend to take a backseat to the main story and are more of a tutorial giver. That's fair. You call us degenerates, but an hour ago you were simping for a pregnant mom. I mean, fair. Fair. Look, all I'm saying is I can now see you don't like Midna because of her characterization. You animals, you just like her because she calls you a good boy. I see it now. The pet play fantasy is real. Absolutely. Also give low angles at time, yeah. Yeah, pronunciation's just bonkers. I don't know why people get so worked up. I can understand being even annoyed, but like people get legitimately upset about the I had a guy coming in my chat and literally having a meltdown over the fact that I pronounced Aonuma's name wrong. I said Aonuma instead of Aonuma. Like, it was bonkers how upset this person was. Like, throwing swear words around at me. Like, it was bonkers. It also helps that Midna is one of the few TP characters who doesn't look ugly. It's true. Iguana. Yeah. Yeah, strategically mispronouncing a single name to get engagement is the game. It's the play to do. Fee fi fo fum. Well, if she's pregnant, someone else thought she was hot too. Russell did. Russell's a man of class. Majora is honestly one of my favorite Zelda villains. He is just the pure embodiment of chaos. Yeah, Majora's great. I'm talking about this in my Echoes of Wisdom review. I'm working on right now a little bit, but they've always the Zelda team's always struggled with villains that are not Ganondorf. Like Vaati is good, and that's about it. Like every other villain either just ends up being related to Ganondorf somehow, or isn't good, you know, except for Majora, which is the first time they did it and they nailed it out of the park. And I don't know what they got to do to try and recap the magic that they had with Majora. I'm not going to get into spoilers here, but I actually think Echoes of Wisdom came close. I thought the villain was really good. More the idea of the villain than the villain itself. But it's always been interesting how much they've struggled with the villains that aren't like Bellum sucks. Who cares about Bellum? The evil fashion lady and Triforce Heroes, awful. You know, even in Age of Calamity, which wasn't written by the Zelda team, Astor was kind of lame. Like, it's just, they struggle with it. Vaati's a good villain. He's just, not many people have experienced, like, not many people who just play the mainstream Zelda games have got to experience him. Yay! Let's explore the neighborhood. Aonuma is wild. Yeah, that's totally fair. I just, to get that worked up about it is insane to me. You must not mispronounce the righteous name of my glorious King Aonuma. You are part of the very same nostalgia losers he was talking about. Ugh! Me when my game with no voice acting doesn't come with a pronunciation guide. Exactly. Here in the TP Chad chat, we aim to offend with pronunciation. I know that it's pronounced Navi, right? Like, it makes sense, and Navi is just how I pronounced it as a kid. But whenever people get mad at me about saying Navi instead of Navi, I ask them to prove it. And it's so funny watching them scramble. They're just like, obviously it's that, because the name's, like, I even crawled through like Hyrule Warriors to see if Navi's name is ever mentioned with voice acting, and it isn't. So it's like, it's literally never confirmed. I went through a bunch of English interviews to see if Navi's name was ever mentioned by a developer. Not a developer, rather, but like someone from Nintendo of America, and I never heard it. So, yeah, it's just funny. It's like, they're so confident, but they just think they're right, you know? Sorry, ghosty fella. Yeah, Epoch says, seriously, that's honestly really sad that someone would get that worked up. It was insane. And I don't think I deleted, it's in my crab video, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I deleted the comment either. So if you go there and scroll, you'll probably be able to find it. It was just insane how tilted this person was over they started saying like filthy Americans and not putting time in to learn proper pronunciation, which is so funny, right? Because I work in retail, or I used to work in retail, and I worked at Walmart with a McDonald's in it, and we have a lot of Japanese vacationers. The amount of Japanese people who come here and they're asking where the McDonald's is, and they say Makodanu, and it's like, if they're not going to put any effort into pronouncing McDonald's, why do I have to put any effort into pronouncing Aonuma, you know, or Navi or whatever? Or like French people that always complain about North Americaners not pronouncing croissant as croissant, but then you ask them to say Spider-Man and they're gonna say Spider-Man. Like, it's just how things are, you know. People pronounce words differently than in their native language, and it's just how it is. Silly thing to get worked up about, in my opinion. I like how they characterize the EOW villain. Their personality and way of speaking is so great. Yeah, I thought that the villain was great. Shotaro... I'm not going to get myself canceled again trying to say that last name. But he wrote a Link to the Past manga. That's awesome. Yes, I would also love a fourth body game. It would be so good. When's the next Sheikah Squad coming out? I mean, there's 3 of you in here. It's true. We need Xeno in here. We do need to do another race. From what I understood, Navi's name is supposed to come from a shortened form of Navigator, because that's the role she plays for most of the game, but that could be an old wives' tale. Yeah, and that's kind of why I said Navi, right? Because, like, I don't say navigation, I say navigation. And then maybe that's just a Canadian thing, or maybe it's just a me thing. But, like, I don't say navigation, I say navigation. And I'm not going to pronounce her Nava. That'd be weird as hell. Alright, I gotta try and somewhat concentrate. We're in an actual dungeon now. Mini dungeon. Caught me while I was looking at chat. This part reminds you of the sewers in Arkham Asylum. That's a fun game. I haven't played it for a long, long time, though. Alnuma couldn't pronounce my last name for $1 billion, right? And it's like, it's always the people who come from languages where they themselves have the hardest time pronouncing English words that get so worked up when you mispronounce their words. Angry comments boost engagement, which is why I'm going to argue in all of my favorite videos, my favorite YouTube videos. Absolutely, and the creator always appreciates it. Oh, episode 6 of Dime is up. I guess I'll watch that tomorrow. I'll probably watch it tonight because I need to write a review of it for Boss Rush tomorrow. I'm loving Daima so far. How are you feeling about it, Zan? I think it's so good. My Hispanic teacher would always be on people for not pronouncing things right when you literally can't tell the difference between her saying Adam and Aaron. Yeah, absolutely. It's like my girlfriend's parents are from El Salvador, so they have a very strong accent, right? And thankfully they're never on my case about mispronouncing Spanish words, but like they are unable to say my word, my name is Kyle, Kyle. That Y to L switch is just so difficult for them to say. So their grandparents call me Gaio. They switch it to a G. They say Gaio, and that's fine. And then her parents call me Kile, which I find very endearing. But it's just that Y to L is really difficult for them. And it doesn't, like, I don't care, you know, it doesn't work me up that they don't pronounce my name exactly correctly. But some people just really do care very deeply. Couldn't be me. Okay, I get that Bellum could be boring, but I see it as an animal. It isn't really a character, but it just left a bit of an impression on me. And yes, a bunch of better villains exist, but I like Bellum as a console. That's cool. I think his design's neat. It's not bad. I've been enjoying it so far. Just wish more things would happen. It feels like it goes by so fast. That's fair. I feel like they're very much trying to embrace Dragon Ball vibes more than Dragon Ball Z vibes. Although I think it's very funny, not to throw shade at you or anything, Zan. But that's a criticism that I hear quite often, and I think it's very funny because I'm watching regular Dragon Ball I'm watching regular Dragon Ball Z right now. I just finished the Cell Saga, and it's like people are like, "Oh, I just think it's too slow. I wish more would happen." And it's like, "Oh, really?" In comparison to Dragon Ball Z, where Goku and Frieza spend an entire episode doing 2 attacks, you know, like. Dragon Ball has always had pretty slow pacing. I think Daima's actually pretty quickly paced compared to Dragon Ball Z. The Cell Saga is pretty good, but in terms of pacing, but the Frieza Saga and the Majin Buu Saga are both just horrible with pacing. How's stuff at Boss Rush going? Great. I'm really enjoying my time over there. The Boss Rush crew are great. I found I have a very strong passion for writing. Writing scripts is my favorite part of making YouTube videos. If I had the money to pay an editor, my channel would be 50 times more active because I despise editing and I love writing. Accent humor is the funniest thing in the world. If everyone decided to start using correct pronunciation for every language, the world would be a soulless place. Absolutely. Okay. When it comes to correcting people, I don't bother to correct them if I can understand what they're trying to say. There's no point getting into semantics and confusing them more than when I already know. Yeah, absolutely, right? It's like, I think it depends, and I think it also very much depends on the scenario, because, like, when I am speaking Spanish, because I'm trying to learn Spanish, when I'm speaking it, I don't mind when people tell me I'm pronouncing something wrong because I'm in the process of learning it, right? But when, you know, when I'm saying, hey, I'd like a croissant wrap, or I'd like a croissant sandwich, and some dumbass is like, it's croissant? It's like, well, shut up. I don't really care if it's croissant. Hello, Al, my pal, or AI, my pal? Not quite. Is it Al or is it AI? Let me know. Yeah, but they said that they saw aliens like a year ago and it's all just claims with no actual evidence, as it usually is. At least Bellum is better than Malus. Absolutely. Yeah, DBZ has a lot of slow moments too. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that's why I like, it's a fair criticism to Daima as its own story, but it's par of the course for Dragon Ball as a series, right? You'll edit for free, senor? Yeah. I'll take you up on that. You can always help with my scripts. You send me a script and I'll help with it anytime. Mr. Keelik, I am happy to give you a hand. Bellum isn't the god of destruction and death and everything shall die. It's a rabid animal trying to survive and protect itself. Yeah, that's a fun way to look at it. Al, my pal. Good. I had it right the first time. I do that often, where I had it right and then I doubt myself. I should be more self-confident. Oh, no! Oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry that I don't have the ability to super jump Midna. Please forgive me. Ilia would never be complaining about that. I guess I have to do everything for you. Look, I'll show you all the small ledges. So just Z-target me and press A to jump to where I am. Deal. This is... What do people like more? Do they like the sewer section or the part where you're exploring Ordon more as Wolf Link? I think that I like this section better. Or... Sorry, I like the Ordon Village section better. But this section's really fun, too. I wish the game had more Wolf Link sections like this, instead of just the bug hunts. Oh, good. That was bizarre. I wanted to bite those skulls, but such is life. Oh no! Oh, these hands! I would have to make a script first. Yeah, that's the tricky part, isn't it? Slow moments, that's just free. Yeah, free run is very slow. Edible. I want to simply narrate it. Do you want to be my writer? Yeah, well, if you ever need a hand, certainly reach out. Always happy to help my Sheikah bros out however I can. There we go. Okay, where to go here? Oh, there we are. That was pretty slick. I got another chapter done for my book yesterday, and it felt great, so I can attest to writing being a blast. Yeah, once you get in the zone, it feels so good. I try to write 1,000 words a day. Sometimes I don't quite hit that, but then there's other days where I get like 6,000 or 7,000, and I feel like I could keep going. Sewer. You like Sewer better? Both are good, but definitely prefer Ordon. Alright. Isn't that black cloud of Twilight looking beautiful today? This just in, man who's never been to Hyrule Castle doesn't know that he's in Hyrule Castle. Alright. You know, I am pretty critical about Twilight Princess's art direction. I don't like it nearly as much as most people do. But I have to admit, this be hitting different. This do be hitting different. Hey, can someone tell me if the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fights happen yet? I don't care to watch it, but I do want to know what happens. Favorite Hyrule Castle? Ocarina of Time, for sure. It's just so iconic. Probably mostly because of the Smash Bros. Level. Even though it's not the exact same. So I guess the N64 castle in general. Come on. Come fight me. Oof. Majora is a chaos gremlin and lives for fun, acts like a child, like everything is a game to it. Bellum is an animal, and Vaati is an emo edgelord like Kirihim. I don't know much about Vaati. Vaati has a little more going on to him than that, but he is a bit of an emo edgelord, there's no doubt. Oops, that's fun. Oh. I like that the Twilight enemies have a more synth-heavy soundtrack. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of synth soundtrack appreciation. Rightfully so. Come on, bro. Get bit. Okay. Now how to advance. Come on. Bros, give me a hand. I'm stumped. I can't see anywhere for Midna to jump. I feel like it's up there, but... Oh. Or not. I'm struggling. This just in, man that gets all his news from Joe Rogan is starting to think that Joe Rogan makes a lot of sense. Oh. Okay, we're... So, let me catch up on chat here. Once you get in the zone of writing, it's amazing, absolutely. Yeah, the bloom looks great. Before I joined again, there was still one more match to go before that fight. Okay. The main fight has not yet happened. Good to know. I know that Mike Tyson's probably going to lose, obviously, right? Like, he's a 60-year-old man, nearly a 60-year-old man. But I just want him to clip Jake Paul so hard. Maybe we'll get lucky. I just want to peek into the alternate reality where we got Wind Waker 2 instead. I know. I agree. I'm so glad we got TP instead of Wind Waker 2. Boo! I'm not. Vaati is probably my favorite Zelda villain. That's totally fair. Vaati's awesome. The Twilight is so cool. Definitely one of my favorite aesthetics. Yeah, have fun exploring those empty islands with a million purple rupees, Eddie. Are we talking about Tears of the Kingdom now? Playing the best Legend of Zelda game? Perfect. I'm definitely playing a Legend of Zelda game that is the best to many people. It's on the other side. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to the other side and then wait a few minutes to see if that's correct because of the stream delay. Is this the side that I should be on, Creeper? Oh, there we go. What? Oh. Oh. Hurts. Okay. That's why Wind Waker needs a 3D successor. Yes, I would love a new Zelda game that tried the sailing again, but with like the open world mechanics of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I think that'd be great. The main problem is just that they've tried islands 3 times now, and they've sucked 4 times. And they've sucked 3 of the 4 times. I think the only game with good islands is Phantom Hourglass. Dusk and dawn are probably my favorite times of day, and this just exemplifies that absolutely. Although I love burning the midnight oil. This is the first time I've learned that you can throw the skeletons as Wolf Link. That's so beautiful. Oh, I wanted to throw a skeleton at him. Such is life. This just in, confirmation bias proves that my point of view is the correct one. Absolutely. Vaati just looks so cool, like the bat stop in his purple color scheme. He's just great. Absolutely, he's great. Yeah, I agree. I just don't want it fully ocean like we agreed the other night. 60% land, 40% water would be optimal. Yeah, I agree. TP had a nice change of pace after Wind Waker. Absolutely. Go Tyson. Absolutely. Absolutely go Mike Tyson. What's the other islands game? Well, there's Wind Waker, obviously. Phantom Hourglass, Skyward Sword, and then Tears of the Kingdom. So 4 games. And I think Phantom Hourglass is the only one they've done it correctly. I can hate on TOT Skylines all I want, but despite all their fails, I just love leaping around them and appreciate them. Yeah, navigating from island to island is good fun. Is this... Yeah, okay, I'll catch on with chat and then I'll boot up this scene. Honestly, I think with Skyward Sword and TOTK, the problem remains that they didn't just try islands and instead had surface focus. If they were more confident, the island stuff would be great. Absolutely. Would Vaati be philosophical? I guess he has a couple good lines, but I would say probably not. Especially not compared to, like, Wind Waker Ganondorf waxing poetics about his self-aggrandized reason for doing what he's doing. It's my horse! Hello, horsey. If Tyson actually won, his legacy would grow significantly. even though he's actually a legend. I don't think Mike Tyson has anywhere else for his legacy to grow. You know, the greatest of all time conversations pretty much revolves around him and Ali. So like, I don't think beating Jake Paul would do much for him. What it would do would put a smile on my face after a pretty miserable week. You remembered my name. What an honor for me. Like, have you ever seen that interview of Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali being interviewed together? And they asked them who would win. And Mike Tyson, you know, in a moment of humility, was like, obviously, he was like, all hands go up, all tongues confess. Muhammad Ali's the greatest of all time. But then Ali was like, I'm fast, and if I keep on my feet, I could probably beat him. But if Mike Tyson touches me once, it's nighttime. You know, and Ali's was not a guy who said that kind of stuff lightly. So, sorry, I'm yapping about boxing. This game's idle animations are amazing. Yeah, I agree. So this is the one you are searching for. He's not exactly what I had in mind, but I guess he'll do. You were imprisoned? I am sorry. Poor thing, he has no idea what this is, where this is, or what's happened. So don't you think you should explain to him what you've managed to do? You owe him that much. Twilight Princess. They said the name! Listen carefully. This was once the land where the power of the gods was said to slumber. This was once the kingdom of Hyrule. But that blessed kingdom has been transformed by the king that rules the twilight. It's been turned into a world of shadows ruled by creatures who shun the light. That's another thing I'll say about Twilight Princess is the lore dumps are pretty cool. I like this one, and I like the Interloper one as well. This is definitely the first game with cutscenes that were directed, like, cinematically. Not to say that Wind Waker didn't have a couple really cool cutscenes. I think I'm thinking of the one of Valu burning down Forsaken Fortress, but, like, they're just, obviously, it's like a whole step up in this game, right? It's the man, the myth, the legend.
It is time for you to choose. Surrender or die. Oh yes, a question for all the land and people of Hyrule. Life or death?
Oh yeah, drop that sword. Man, I always thought that, I know now it's like the winds of them blowing creation into being, but I always thought those were lizard tongues when I was a kid. I was like, why do the goddesses have lizard tongues? Twilight covered Hyrule like a shroud, and without light the people became as spirits. Within the twilight they live on, unaware that they've passed into spirit forms. All the people now know is fear. Fear of a nameless evil.
The kingdom succumbed to Twilight, but I remain its princess.
It's my horse!
I am Zelda.
You don't have to look so sad. We actually find it quite livable. I mean, is perpetual twilight really all that bad? It's not that bad.
Midna, this is no time for levity. The shadow beasts have been searching far and wide for you. Why is this?
Why indeed, you tell me.
Time has grown short. The guards will soon make his rounds. You must leave here quickly.
Okay, I'm going to catch up on chat. But here's a question for you guys while I'm catching up to make up for the stream delay. How many of you rather, have seen an actual wolf before in person? That's my question. Okay, let's check up on chat here. Do you think Tyson will bite Jake's ear off? I hope he does. The issue with island hopping gameplay is you need to provide incentives to go to other islands, which means you need variety, but they need to be consistent enough to ensure the player will stay there. I agree with that, but honestly, I would have enjoyed exploring islands in Tears of the Kingdom a lot more if they at least just made them look different. They're so boring and samey. Like, I can only get to the same Oasis Island that looks identical to every other Oasis Island so many times before I start getting bored of it, you know? It's like my big problem with procedural, not to say that Tears of the Kingdom is procedural generation, but that's why when I hear games like, you know, No Man's Sky talk about how big they are, it doesn't matter to me because procedural generation means everything's going to look the exact same and it's just going to be boring. Wind Waker's best Ganondorf, agreed. I like Ocarina of Time Ganondorf the best. I like that he's politically savvy in a way the other Ganondorfs are not. And we, not only that, but we get to see his power politics in play. I appreciate that. Zelda fans, after glazing Wind Waker Ganondorf for 2 lines of somewhat depth. JK, he's great. He has lots of good lines. I love his, when he's, standing over, Tetra's sleeping body. His lines there are really good. I think Wind Waker Ganondorf's great. So boys turn into wolves and horses turn into princesses. The Twilight Realm is weird. The Zelda voice is crazy. Dang, I really need to play Phantom Hourglass if the world is that good. I mean, I don't want to gas it up more than it is. I just think that the islands are all really fun to explore in Phantom Hourglass. And I look forward to checking new islands out way more than in any other game. Beats Link Awakening and Tears first, homie. Yeah, beat Link's Tears before you play anything else, Eddie. She said it. She said the thing. So this is one of the things that people like about Midna. She starts... Oh, my chat jumped. Where did it go? There we go. She starts deflecting blame, calling Zelda Twilight Princess, and then grows into accepting what she's done. Okay, that's interesting. I'll pay attention to that. TP has some of the best cinematics in the series. Agreed. I'd shine the light too if the princess sounded like Nehru's impersonation of her. That's fair. The Zant voice is even better. OMG, the Zant voice is perfect. The Zant voice completely makes up for the Zelda voice. That's good. I've never liked how the sword dropped. It always felt too canned for me. I thought it was pretty cool. My biggest secret is that I too theatrically do voices for every character whenever I play these games alone. My side-on voice was generational. I promise I believe you. Zelda auditioning for Kung Pao? Oh, what a pull. Can someone explain Vadi to me? Hopefully someone in chat will. What if I just clip that with no context? That's my horse. Please do. He was a Minish, you know. Yeah, there we go. I just want to note the game will end with Zelda riding Zelda. That's true. I mean, I've seen wolves at the zoo. I haven't seen a wolf, but I've seen a fox. I may have, I'm not sure. So most people know some at the zoo. I have seen tons of wolves. because I lived in the middle of a forest in rural BC, and so wolves were a constant part of my life. Way more coyotes, but still wolves all over the place. We had two big dogs, and one of them was half wolf. He was a wolf dog. He's a wolf husky, and they kept all the animals at bay, really. But the wolves and our dogs had like kind of a mutual respect for each other. Wolves are honestly fine. They're pretty much will always leave you alone as long as you leave them alone. It's coyotes that are little shits that'll, you know, pick off your dogs if they're not careful and stuff like that. Coyotes are the worst. There were a few wolves at an animal sanctuary here that were amazing to see. I've never seen any in the wild, though. Yeah, seeing wolves in the wild, and the thing about it is you're not going to see a wolf unless it is letting you see it. So I've seen many wolves, but it's always them just sort of standing ominously in the distance. Ocarina Ganon is definitely goated. Yeah, man, he's sick. He bides his time. He's smart. You know, he works his way into the King of Hyrule's inner circle before, I don't know why I did that, before making his play. Like, if you're willing to read into the subtext, Ocarina of Time Ganondorf is a seriously cool character. Oh yeah, deer all over the place. Most of them are just the same dude, that's true. We got, here in my city, Edmonton, we have hella urban coyotes. They're all over the place. If I was to go outside and walk to the store, I can pretty much guarantee I'd run into a coyote. The urban coyotes are little wussies compared to coyotes out in the bush. They're tiny because they don't get to eat that much, and they run in small packs. Whereas out in the wilderness, you get coyote packs that are like 15 coyotes large. Do you understand where we are now? I guess a promise is a promise, so I'll let you go back to where you first tumbled into Twilight. But are you really sure you should be going back? Are you sure you aren't forgetting anything important? Do you want to save them? Well, in that case, little Midna would be happy to help you. But, well, you'd have to be my servant. Okay, I see you guys. You just have like a submission fetish. That's why you like Midna. You'd have to be my servant, and like a servant, you'd have to do exactly as I say. Why don't you go back? Yeah, you just have a... Why don't you go back, take a little time, and give some thought? My Midna laugh sounds like Master Roshi. Body's a little bit like Girahim. Girahim is a lot more flamboyant than Body. He's kind of the strong, silent type. Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf is basic, I can agree with that, but I think he's definitely the coolest one. He's the coolest visually. I don't know, I disagree actually. I think that Hyrule Warriors Ganondorf is the coolest visually. Also the coolest Zelda visually. Also one of the coolest Links visually. Also Lana is a great original character. Hyrule Warriors is just goated. Though you may have left the Darkened Realm, you haven't transformed back to your former self, and you won't anytime soon. Now, why could that be? See you later. Lana is amazing. Hyrule Warriors designs are all peak. Yeah, they were cooking with the designs in that game. It's insane. Like all the Ocarina of Time characters that got high definition remakes in that game looked fantastic. Even like when they brought Marin from the 2D realm into the 3D realm. She looks fantastic. Fierce Deity looks incredible in Hyrule Warriors. Don't think you can just run off and save your friends, because you can't. Just beyond the bridge, the land is covered in twilight. Last time, a shadow beast pulled you through the curtain of twilight, but if you want to go that way this time, you'll need the cooperation of someone from the twilight, like me. So you really have no choice but to do what I say. Saving your friends and all that, well, that depends on your actions. Because you can never trust words, you know. Right now, I want a sword and shield that'll suit me. You do understand me, don't you? Ehehe. So what do you plan to do while you're here dawdling? The twilight continues to expand. Come on, hurry up. Alrighty. Always with the taunting and playing with Link. Yep. Always. Lana is amazing. Bring back the blue scarf? Absolutely. I was hoping we'd be able to get the blue scarf in Age of Calamity, but we need to up the ante here. From now on, if you're negative to Twilight Princess at all, you have to restart the game. Oh boy. If there's a surefire way to make me dislike the game even more, that's it. Eddie, the rule is that if I'm unduly negative towards Twilight Princess, if I complain about anything, I gotta do a punishment as decided by chat. I've been pretty good about not complaining. With the exception of a couple edge cases, I'm allowed to complain when it's about the series overall. And if my complaining is for the sake of giving people a chance to explain what they like about something. That's the rules. Is it a reward in AOC? That's sick. What an awesome squirrel. Why Wolf Link's snarling at the squirrel? He's just trying to help. That's not very cool. The children, please say nothing's happened. I gotta give this guy, because he complains about his wife like a true American, I gotta give him a true American accent. The children, please say nothing's happened. Please forgive your good-for-nothing father. How cold is it in Edmonton? It's not that cold right now. We had a dump of snow, and that made it a little bit cold, but it went away quick enough. Let me check what the temperature is right now. It's 3 Celsius right now. Sorry, it's -3 Celsius right now. So if I was to go outside, I'd probably put a sweater on. Okay, I gonna be real with you guys. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, right, get a sword and shield. I remember. Okay, so the sword is at Russell's house, and the shield is at the shop, I think. Here's Russell's house. Oh no, the sword would be at the mayor's house. Okay, here's the mayor's house. how to get to it. Maybe I have to go up. There's some cool Easter eggs with that too. Oh, about the shield. Hey, not so loud. Oh, I have to sneak. So the sword is at Russell's house. 26 Fahrenheit. Twilight Princess really takes things a step further in sections like this for me. This happy, comfy village from before is now dark and gloomy. The part where Russell attacks you as a wolf is heartbreaking. Yeah, this is a great section. It's so... Sorry, I won't complain. I will just say I wish there were more sections like this in the game because they are really good. This village is full of idiots. Too true, Midna. Too true. It makes the long tutorial worth it for me because you have to build a connection with this place, and see the parents so distraught is really sad and darker than a lot of Zelda games would take things. That's very true. Monster. My daughter, return her and take this. Oh, he learned how to summon the eagle. That's what we call character development. Okay, where was I trying to get to? You don't feel attached to Ordon at all? Yeah, I think it's cute, but it's not like... I don't have a spiritual attachment to the way I do something like Kokiri Forest. Sorry if I'm yapping, by the way. I just really feel harrowed by this part of the game for my first time. No, please, yap all you want. It makes it more enjoyable to read chat. Okay, where are you, Mr. Shield? Mr. Shieldy. Up there. Oof, that was weird. We got ourselves a shield. You got the Ordon shield. Doggy with the shield. It looks kind of cheap. Sword time. What was that sound? Uli? The children could not have returned, could they? I must go out and search one last time. You get inside the house. I have placed a sword that was to be our gift to Hyrule on the couch. If the mayor comes for it, please give it to him. But darling, Uli is so caring. What a doting wife. Alright, just for Senor, we're gonna go make Russell attack us. Beast, I have found you! Rude. Alright, I get it. Okay. I need a heart. There's a heart. Listening to this stream is ruining my gaming performance. I guess there is truth to the idea that more humans equals all of us are dumber together. Absolutely. Yeah, man, Russell just kind of limping along like that is really sad to see. Man, poor guy. Rip. Have you ever come back after all this as a human to see Russell lying on the couch? Yeah, I remember. I have a vivid memory of him on the couch, so I definitely must have. Ooh. Sorry, I just had to see Uli's reaction. I'll go now. A chicken into water. Look at the chicken into water. Ah, to be a wolf on the night when the moon rides high. Beautiful. Tell me, is your true form a human who is not currently in the town? Nah, just teasing. This chicken has to die. He knows too much. Okay. Diggy dig. I like Bellum in concept as a villain, Majora because he's basically a child with world-ending powers, Girham is flamboyant, and a rival to Link. Any other villains that I'm missing that are cool in Zelda? Yeah, Girham's great. I love Girham. He's a great villain. Him on the couch definitely has to be the most blood in a Zelda game. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. Where's the sword? On the couch right there. Got it. But why would you scare the poor thing? I just had to see. I didn't mean to be cruel. Alright, so now you have a sword. Looks like you can actually be useful when you concentrate. Thanks, Midna. Alright, no more detours. I'm gonna go take you back to the Twilight. Go back to the woods where you first transformed. Alright, bruh. Demise is just an evil, scaly boy with flaming hair. Yeah, Demise is cool. I like Demise. Just doesn't have much in terms of characterization, you know, but that's what happens with those types of villains where they're not really revealed until the final moment. Yeah. The Imprisoned is so goofy looking. How could such a cool final form have such a goofy Imprisoned version? Come to my spring! Hey, Quest with Aaron. Thanks for popping by, man. I think you have, like, literally some of the best Legend of Zelda videos on YouTube, so I really appreciate a compliment coming from you. Yes, I'm gonna play through the whole game. Get Imprisoned's toe beans. Oh, the toe beans. Come to me. I'm not sure when the streams will be. Like, I'd like to just try and set a day, but it's kind of up in the air still with my new job. But I definitely will play through the whole game. And the streams are just gonna be as long as people stick around for. There's, you know, it's down to just a couple people in chat now, but they're still here, which means I'm still streaming. I kind of view Demise as a Fire Lord Ozai type of villain where we as the consumer don't need to know their intentions, just that they're unequivocally evil, and it works for Atla, not so much with Demise. I would agree with that. And I think with Atla, it kind of really worked with Ozai, right? Because it was like Aang's determination to see the good in everyone versus someone who's just evil to the core. You are a good kill streamer, man. It suits you well. Thanks, Keelik. I really appreciate that. Hey, Quest with Aaron. I do want to say thanks for covering TOTK Masterworks. I learned a lot from your vids. Yeah. Amazing stuff. I don't really watch Zelda content too much anymore, and that makes me sad. Go watch Quest with Aaron stuff. Seriously, you will be very happy you did. Bets on how long it takes for everyone to leave streams. Well, we'll see. Nehru's my favorite PNG streamer. You know what's funny? I tried to get a couple variations of my little guy in the bottom left, so I could change his emotion depending on how I'm feeling about the game. So I literally would have been a PNG streamer if it worked out. Sadly, it did not. So he's just there so people know that they're in the right stream. Oh, brave youth. Dude, the song that plays when the spirits are out is so good. I am one of 4 light spirits that protect Hyrule at the behest of the gods. I am Ordona. Ordonta, more like. The black beast you slayed was a shadow being. It had come to seize the power of light I wield. Here's the problem. You actually engage with chat and answer every question, so this will go on forever. Absolutely it will. My brethren in Hyrule have already had their light stolen by these fell beasts. The entire kingdom has been reduced to a netherworld ruled by the cursed powers of darkness. The blight will not stop with Hyrule. Before long, the entire world of light will fall into the hands of the king who rules the Twilight. To save this land from the King of Twilight, the lost light must be recovered. The 3 light spirits who have lost their light must be revived. There is but one who can revive them and redeem this land. You. You still have not discovered your true power. Yeah, you haven't even met Ocarina of Time Link yet. Come on. Those transformed by Twilight usually cannot recover their original forms. Unless, if you were to return to Faron Woods where you were first transformed, if you were to revive the Light Spirit, there, by the power of the Light Spirit, you may find the means to regain your other state of being. Goodbye, Light Spirit. Okay, here's the problem. You actually engage with chat and answer every question, so this will go on forever. The problem for me with bigger streamers as a whole is that there's no room for conversation. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It will take forever. And I'm so sorry that my playing is so slow. It's just for me, like, I think if I ever grew my audience to the point, and, you know, we're going on 6 to 7 years, so probably it will never happen, but I think if I was ever to grow my audience to the point where if I was to do something like streaming, there would be just too many people, I would have to find a way around it, like only letting people from my Patreon or Discord or whatever chat because, like, for me, it's the fun of this comes specifically from hanging out in chat and talking to people. I would probably be having just as much fun if I was playing, you know, one of the shitty Dragon Ball games I'm going through right now. And I totally agree. It's kind of the reason that I don't watch streams other than when my friends stream is because, like, I've tried a couple times and, like, I talk, even when it's someone who doesn't have a million views, I talk in the chat and then what I type just never gets acknowledged ever. And it's like, oh, well, then I'm literally just watching a Let's Play, but worse, because they're stopping every 2 seconds. So, yeah, if I ever got too big to the point where I couldn't do this anymore, I would be very sad and have to figure out something to do with it. No issue with Eternal TP. Yeah, there you go. No offense to big streamers, but I could never see myself just sitting there for hours with no interaction at all. I definitely prefer these kinds of streams. Yeah, I feel the same. Even, you know, I'm going to throw some shade here, not at anybody in particular, but I even get annoyed when I go to some of my friends' streams and I type something and they don't react to it. Because it's like, homie, your chat's moving at a message every 45 seconds. I know damn well you can see what I wrote. You're just making a choice not to say hi to me. I'm currently waiting for my 3D print to finish, and then I'm going to glue it all together. I'll send pics in Discord when it's done. It's Avar Chris's lightsaber. That's awesome. Quest with Aaron. My guys, you're all too kind. I love your videos on which Oracle games to play. Nehru, those are games are so underrated. Absolutely, they are. That's awesome to hear about the streams. I'm looking forward to jumping in. I really appreciate you being here. I've tried having the stream in the background, but I'm getting tired now. I try coming back later if I can't see it. I really appreciate you popping by at all, Nerd Sabrosian. I really appreciate your presence. And I hope to see you again. If not, have a good night. The Newmore Keelik, the idea of streaming is to be able to engage with chat, but yeah, after a while you just can't get to everyone. Yeah, exactly. And it's at that point I'd have to figure something out. Are there any other cool villains in Zelda? We've just discussed Majora, Bellum, Demise, Girahim, Vadi. Any other cool villains? Sia's pretty cool in Hyrule Warriors. I don't know if you count that. Fans of Plot in particular will be big fans of her, if you know what I mean. What else? Dark Link in Zelda 2 is kind of cool, although he's pretty much a nothing burger. Aghanim is like a cool twist in A Link to the Past, but it's just Ganondorf in disguise. Can't really think of anyone else right now. Burn is awesome from Spirit Tracks, absolutely. Speaking of Discord, I'm going to get on yours now. We'll love to see you over there, Quest. You can see us argue about Tears of the Kingdom 7 days a week. I respect streamers like Jerma who that actually make an effort to have interesting experience. Jerma's goated. Jerma's the greatest. I love that man. I'm still not convinced he's real, but I love that man. No, it's not you, Keelik. You're great at talking chat. And it's not even any of my friends. It's just like other small streamers that I've tried to support, and then they proceed to just ignore me in chat the whole time, right? Ganondorf is still the best Zelda villain. Agreed. Oracle games are great. I don't know how everyone feels about them. Well, everyone knows how I feel about them. I'm getting tired. I should go to bed, but I'm not. Based. Many small streamers have chat disappear after a while, as seeing the same messages can be a little discouraging. That's fair. I question why you're streaming at that point, but I guess that's valid. Well, yes, but now we all know about Ganondorf. I stopped halfway through Oracle Seasons. Need to be back on it. Great game. I love Oracle Seasons. Okay, I'm caught up. It's okay, Saber. It's all right. It's something to talk about, right? And it's not as bad as it was like 5 months ago or 6 months ago or whenever I made that video, where it was literally impossible to have any conversation about anything related to Zelda without it slowly turning into a conversation complaining about the plot of Tears of the Kingdom. It's better now. It still happens, but it happens with enough gaps in between that it's just part of normal conversation now. The Faron Woods that you know so well, they're now covered in twilight. Are they really? Is Jeremy Albertson Germa's name? That's a hilarious last name, if so. Yeah, he's so funny, dude. I catch most of his content through TikTok, just his streams getting memed. But every time I see him streaming, I always gotta tune in. I like Moist Critical too. Not that I think that he has the best takes in the world, but I just find his chat really funny because he'll just like ignore all the good comments and then hyper focus on the one comment that's stupid, and I just think that's hilarious. So I really like watching Moist Critical to see him do that. Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom definitely helped some. Yes, actually, that's a good point. That about where the community discussion is next year. That's something I talked about in the podcast that I took part in on Captain Bergerson's channel. So much of Echoes of Wisdom conversation has been about it as in relation to Tears of the Kingdom, and I can't wait to see what people think about the game a year from now when that conversation has kind of fizzled out, because a lot of people are like, oh, I love Echoes of Wisdom specifically because it's not Tears of the Kingdom, or specifically because it has the same freedom as Tears of the Kingdom. And it's like, that's kind of what my review that I'll be uploading soon is about, is it's like, what is Echoes of Wisdom like as a game on its own, not as part of the Tears of the Kingdom discourse? Burn, I haven't played Spirit Tracks. Yeah, Burn's enemy to lover trope. He's great. He's like the Vegeta of Zelda. Y'all think specifically about the plot of Tears of the Kingdom, how it could be better? I feel like we haven't talked about it not nearly enough. Yeah. Hopefully, I don't think the next Zelda game will take nearly as long as Tears of the Kingdom did. Like the next 3D one. I think that was a unique scenario. I think it'll probably take the 3 to 4 years that Zelda games normally do. I love it when when Midna hums the theme. It would be cool to get the trailer for the next game next year this time. How long have we been going for? 3:40. That's respectable. 3 hours, 40 minutes. I gotta give my roommate a run for her money. She streams for like 7 hours sometimes. It's nuts. He doesn't actually become a lover, Epoch. I was just making a joke. But he's like Groose. He becomes friends with Link. Just like Goku and Vegeta become lovers. Yeah, 3 hours 40. It's kind of wild. And I haven't had any technical issues, which is kind of amazing. Okay, for the Twilight Princess lovers in the chat, how do you feel about Wolf Link combat? Because for me, my primary issue with it is just that it feels very repetitive. But that seems to be a minority opinion. For me, it's just like you're fighting the same enemies and attacking them the same way every time. But what do you guys find so enjoyable about it? Help me see the bright side. Wolf Link combat's okay, maybe everyone just agrees it sucks. Fair enough. Maybe I'm not in the minority on that one. 3 hours, 40 minutes, and you still aren't at the Forest Temple. Rookie time. You're right, it should be 2 hours. Okay, Beast, tell me what you like about it. We have a fan here. Help me see the light. Please be careful. These woods have changed. The dark clouds of dust covers this land. This drape of shadows is called Twilight. In this twilight, those who live in the light become as mere spirits. It is a place where the dark ones and evil creatures dwell. I am a spirit of light. Blue-eyed beast, look for my light. Retrieve the light stolen by the dark beasts and keep it in this vessel. Yay! Okay, here's the next question for the chat. Do you want to hear my explanation for why I struggle with the bug hunting quest, or do you want me to shut my yap and just do it? And then I would love to hear your opinions on the bug hunting. Alright, time to hunt some buggies. Oh, I forgot about the Shadow Realm Dekubabas. That's great. I actually just entirely forgot they exist. Alright, so I got permission from Triforce. My opinion on the bug hunting is just that it is the primary reason why I struggle with Twilight Princess so much, I think. Specifically why I hate the wolf section so much. Because I find them so boring and so tedious. You know, scavenger hunting is not something that I think any Zelda game really does well. And it's especially bad in here because you have... I'm going to put my controller down. You have repetitive action of finding the tears in a form with repetitive combat, and you have to do it over and over again. So it's like there's nothing that breaks up the monotony for me. It's like you're wandering around getting into combat while you're trying to find the tears. The way you fight all the beasts is the exact same over and over again, and then you are just finding the tears over and over again, and it sort of takes a lot of the oomph out of exploration for me, which is usually a highlight of Zelda, right? Because it's like every time I get to a new area, before I can enjoy it properly, I know I have to do a bug hunt first. And it's just like a huge deflation of what is normally a really exciting point of a Zelda game for me, which is like finding a new region to explore. So that's how I feel about bug hunts. And now I want to know what you guys like about bug hunts. Is this the way I came? Oh, I'm all turned around. I got lost from my yapping. Just about time for the fight, huh? Keep me abreast of how the fight goes, if you don't mind, Eddie. I find the bug hunting fun, but could use for more variety. Yes, absolutely. The actual bug hunting isn't super duper fun, but the world building, specifically in the Kakariko and Linnea sections, are great. That's fair. I didn't think about that. The Kakariko section especially, they do use the Wolf Link section to tell some pretty cool stories. I'm a sucker for collectibles. Wolf Link should absolutely have a bigger moveset to make combat more interesting. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad we're all on the same page on that one. Oh, I just knocked my headset off my head. I think bug hunts would be more fun if they were shorter and were more fun, like blowing up the warehouse and fighting the boss and flying the Twilight Bird. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so it seems like we're kind of on the same page there, too. So I think maybe you guys have the same problem with Twilight Princess I do. That's what it sounds like. It's just like the good parts are good enough to make up for it for you, whereas they're not for me. That's kind of what it seems like. Do these bushes have no hearts? I guess not. Okay, well, I'm guessing there's no tears here if Midna's not lighting up. Now we've talked about investigating side villains, we shall talk about interesting side characters. I'll start with... I love Lionback. He's so great. Lionback's one of my favorite Zelda characters, period. He has such a fun character arc. What are some other side characters I love? I love Sidon. Medley in Wind Waker is really great. Who else? Alrighty, Senor. I appreciate you hanging out for so long. It was very kind of you. And yeah, I hope you can make it to future ones. I'll be sure to keep everyone in the know on when they will be. I like Friday night here, but the only issue, because I know it works well for a lot of people, the only issue is I work Saturday mornings. Tonight I'm just saying YOLO. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, I am not seeing the bug hunt. Someone backseat game for me. What am I missing here? Oh, yeah. Speaking of Breath of the Wild, Urbosa is like an all-time character for me. I think she's great. Give me a heart. Thank you. Okay. It says there's a... Oh, I gotta use my senses. You know, I bet that it told me that. And if I was Aaron Hansen, I would be mad at the game for being badly designed because I didn't read the tutorial. There we go. That makes more sense. Now I remember. Yes, I do mean mommy. Urbosa. Is Aaron Hansen getting better? I couldn't tell you. I don't really watch Game Grumps anymore. Not to shit on Aaron too much. I like lots of his stuff, but oh, it's just so funny. And like, I remember one time he went on a rant about how absolutely every single video game, regardless of genre, should have tutorial that's built into the gameplay. And like, as a big fan of like real-time strategy games, I've just always been like, oh, I would love to see how you would do that for something like a Paradox game like Crusader Kings or a real-time strategy game. Like, it's just a little bit of a boneheaded take. Aaron's just a very opinionated guy, and I can respect that. So am I. Alrighty. Yeah, I used to watch Game Grumps a lot back in the JonTron days. And I didn't stop because John left the show or anything like that. I just kind of grew out of watching Let's Plays around the same time that John left. I like Danny O'Dwyer. Or not Danny O'Dwyer. Whatever Danny... Whatever. Danny O'Dwyer, I think, is a news guy. But I like Danny in Game Grumps. He's funny. I love his music. You are all DJs. I mean, so am I, but... Definitely you guys. Okay. To the right. Yeah, what's his band? He's Ninja Sex Party, right? That's him. Yeah, I liked his music. It was pretty big back in my youth. Look, the fact she's pregnant has nothing to do with it. I assure you. Okay. Where is Buggy? Buggerino. Look, there's nothing wrong with simping for another man's wife. You're gonna tell me you didn't have a crush on Marge Simpson? Well, I don't have a crush on Marge Simpson, but lots of people do. Or Lois Griffin. Lots of people have crushes on Lois Griffin. Okay. Says there's one over here somewhere. Ah, this is where I can jump. Simping for another man's wife just means you agree with their... Yeah, exactly. It just means that you think that the husband has good taste. Russell's a man of refined class. Okay, how do I lure these guys over here? Come on. Come on, bro. Whatever. Yay. Oof. The big oops. Yeah, Spirit Track Zelda's fantastic. She's my favorite companion. And she's so funny. And her and Link holding hands at the end is so cute. Go, 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 go! Buggies! Got him. Okay, it looks like I missed one in the back over by the entrance and in that big center log room. Alrighty. Yeah, Spirit Tracks is very funny, and it's really fun. Really good dungeons in that game, I think. Oh, there you are, you little jerk, like a golden Skulltula. Ouchie. Gotcha. She's like Zelda, but a bird. Kind of true. I just love Medley's character arc. It's so cute. Seeing her almost did it. Oh, boy. That's embarrassing. Yeah, seeing her become more confident in herself. And sort of step into her grandfather's or grandmother's role. And it's funny because you have her as someone who's dealing with confidence issues, then having to be responsible for helping Komali deal with his own confidence issues. I forgot to look for stuff in the room again. Because I'm a big dummy. There we go. I guess committing suicide is the right answer sometimes. Oh yeah, I had a crush on Medley when I was a kid too. She's cute. She has a really adorable design. Okay, did I get them all? Yes, I sure did. It's definitely, the bug hunting in this game is definitely much less miserable than in the Wii versions, or in the GameCube version, rather. So, big ups to them for that. I've never actually played through the Wii version. I've played it, like, just to check the motion controls out, but I've never played through it. I've always wanted to see Komali grown up in as a leader. Shame we never get to see how most of these characters... Yeah, I feel that way almost every time I finish a game. It's like, oh, I want to see how these characters grow after this. I want to see them thrive as new people. I want to see the fruits of them learning from their mistakes. The monkey is scared. I'll save you, monkey. I like Fee. I think she's good fun character. I have a soft spot for the whole robot learning to love mechanic. Or not mechanic, but trope, rather. I like Try for similar reasons. In Echoes of Wisdom. Medley is pretty cute. Shame we don't ever get a canonical adult. A lot of the important Wind Waker characters. Yeah, absolutely. You know who was creepy? Hold on. I'll show you who's creepy. This girl. This great fairy. And the little kid one, too. Freaky people. Wind Waker was not a creepy game, but some parts of it were really bizarrely creepy. Like, this great fairy and then the other one, too, the little girl one, they just look like aliens, you know? It's very strange. Anyways, Vessel of Light is full. One down. But it was so nice here in Twilight. What's so great about a world of light anyways? Ehehe, I'll see you later. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dommy Mommy. I like Fee because she actually feels like a robotic AI personality, you know, whereas most robot characters, like I can't remember her, but the AI character in Mass Effect, a lot of them just feel like people. Like the fact that they're an AI is kind of secondary. And with Fee, it really feels like she's just a robot at first, and then slowly learns to become more human. My name is Pharaon. Oh, I gotta do a monkey voice. I am one of the spirits of light who dwell in Hyrule. By the order of the gods, I protect this forest. O brave youth! In the land covered in twilight, where people roam as spirits, you were transformed into a blue-eyed beast. That was a sign. It was a sign that the power of the Chosen One rests within you, and that they are awakening. Look at your awakened form. Yes, Link, we see the fit. The green tunic that is your garb once belonged to the ancient hero chosen by the gods. His power is yours. His is the true power that has slept within you. Your name is Link. You are the hero chosen by the gods. Truth bomb. Brave Link. Only you can defeat Ganon. A dark power rests in the temple deep within these woods. It is a forbidden power. Long, long, long ago, I and the other spirits of light locked it away. Because of its nature, it's a power that should never be touched by any who dwell in the light. But this world weeps beneath a mantle of shadows, and so there is no choice. You must match the power of the King of Shadows. If you would seek this forbidden power, proceed to the temple in the forest depths. Goodbye, monkey man. Monkey, squirrel, squirrel monkey. Wow, Link enjoys the gloves. Big fan of the gloves. That big old smile. Well, well. So you're the chosen hero and all that, huh? So that's why you turned into a beast. What a shame. I mean, maybe you'd just rather wander as a spirit like the rest of them, totally aware of what was happening for all of eternity, right? Yeah, we'll go to the temple. Mr. Important Hero. Yay! I'm Link again. The tutorial is over, guys! We did it! That's a point of celebration in and of itself. They are pretty nice gloves. Okay, let's catch up on chat here. He called Midna Dommy Mommy. Well, that's what you guys think she is. Echoes of Wisdom has like the first tastefully just like beautiful but not creepy gray fairy. True. Zelda has that very special eerie feeling that works so well. No matter which game, there will always be a creepy side character that rubs you the wrong way. Absolutely. That's why horror in Zelda is such an interesting thing to talk about. Oh shit, there's a monkey playing right now. Why does that voice work so well? They are nice gloves. Finally, we can start playing the game. It only took us 4 hours. Alright, let's get to the temple and then I'll check in with you guys, see how long you plan on sticking around for. Without a key, you cannot proceed. I think this guy gives the key, I think. I'm not too sure. So it's the Ordonian. You seem familiar, but then your clothes seem kind of different. Nice, he does give me the key. Some things I remember. Bye. Oh, I need more rupees. I don't feel like scrounging around for more rupees. I'll just go rip off the bird again. Oh, combat as Link is so much nicer. Why would I waste 100 rupees on one lantern oil? Because... yeah. Very close right now. Mike barely wins round... well, the fact that it's past round 1 means that it's over for Mike. If he was gonna win, it was gonna be via knockout in round 1. Alrighty. Fellas, my brain is farting. What do I do here? Do I just balls deep it into the mist? Nope. That's assuredly not the answer. Oh, the more you learn. Huh. Even with the light back, this place looks kind of same. Oh, gotta get the lantern out. Gotcha. Screw you, monkey. Oh, trust me, by the time... Never mind, can't complain. No complaining. I love this monkey. It's my best friend. Best friend monkey. Love monkey. I don't think all the champions are great. I don't like Yunobo. I think he's kind of lame. But the rest are delightful. I think Daruk is a bit underwritten, but he's very enjoyable. I need permission from one other person than Keelik before I can complain about the monkey. Yeah, he's fine. I think that he's like... He's very cliche in terms of the coward to hero archetype. Like, I think they do it much better with Colin in this game and with Komali and Wind Waker. His cowardliness is, like, exaggerated to an almost unbearable degree, you know? And then in Tears of the Kingdom, he turns into a drug addict kingpin. Like, what? Very odd. Why? Okay, I got two people giving me permission to complain about the monkey. The monkey's fine, except for the fact that she literally holds your hand through the whole first 1/3 of the forest temple. Like, not literally, obviously, but... I don't... After a 2-hour tutorial, the last thing I want is a monkey to literally guide me through the opening parts of a dungeon. Like, trust your players a little more, you know? That's how I feel. Like, I just really think it's wild how little Tears of the Kingdom trusts its players in that regard, you know? Like, after a 2-hour tutorial, it still isn't quite willing to let go of the reins. Oh. It's our man. Let's look at him from a cool angle. Whew. It's Ocarina Link as a woofer. Or here's a question for more of you into the know with the lore. I wish Zelda lore was still here. Is this Link, Ocarina of Time Link in wolf form, or is it just a golden wolf that takes you to him? Never quite clear on that. Either way, he's cool. I am just monkeyist. Me and Frieza have that in common. See, like, that camera trick suggests they're the same person. Hello, hero of time. A sword wields no strength unless the hand that holds it has courage. You may be destined to become the hero of legend, but your current power would disgrace the proud green of the hero's tunic you wear. Hero of Time got cranky in his old age. You must use your courage to seek power, and find it you must. Only then will you become the hero for whom this world despairs. Okay, I will say the dialogue in this game is really well written. That's a sick line. You will become the hero for whom this world despairs. If you do not find true courage and you wish to save Hyrule from the horrors it now faces, then you will be worthy to receive the secrets I hold. Enemies that are filled with energy will quickly recover and attack again even when stunned by a powerful strike. The ending blow is a secret technique you can use on stunned enemies to end their breath before they spring back into action. When an enemy lies collapsed on the ground, stunned, ZL target and press A to leap high into the air and deliver a final strike. Have you guys ever watched have you guys ever watched like fan dubs of the Zelda games? I used to watch them a lot when I was younger, like the Zelda Universe ones, and I always thought it was so funny when it got to these sections and they had these epic voice actors reading lines like, when the enemy is collapsed, press the Z target and press A to leap high into the air. Like, that's just so funny to me. When the opportunity to end their breath is before you, you will see the finish appear vividly before your eyes. Now try it on me. Oh yeah. Okay, so we think it's the same guy. That makes the most sense, I think. That was a pinpoint strike. Never overlook your opportunity to finish with A. The first hidden skill, the ending blow, has been passed on. Sick. Where did he learn all of this? Oh, I assume he probably kept training. Just because there's no Hyrule to save anymore doesn't mean that he needed to stop training. Probably learned all sorts of cool stuff. He was still a kid when he was learning how to use the sword in Ocarina of Time, right? Those are only for one who carries the blood of the hero, the one whose spirit is that of the sublime beast. Grow powerful, test your courage, and when you find that you need another skill to overcome the threats that face you, search for the statues that howl with the sound of the wind. Seek the sound that calls to the spirit of the beast to awaken me again. A sword wields no strength unless the hand that holds it has courage. Remember those words. Bro's spittin'. He's spittin'. Farewell. Sweet. Sweet. He learned from the Fierce Deity. Yeah, absolutely. I gotta lantern this. Oh, I'm out of fuel. I have to go get more fuel. Let's do this like Ocarina of Time. Stingy, cheap. All right, let's give him 50 rupees. See how he feels about that. Oh, so that's generous. Steel oil like the US. Holy moly. That was gnarly. Fierce Deity is cool. I mean, I I know what conceptually he is. He's a fierce deity spirit. Like, that's just straight up an actual thing in Buddhism, right? In lore, I'm not too sure what he's meant to be. I have some theories I talked about in my Fierce Deity Link video ages ago. I always liked the idea of him being like the Termina version of the spirit of the hero. And then the other one I heard that I thought was really fun, I really hate the theory of Majora's Mask all taking place in Skull Kid's mind, right? I hate that because I feel like it just cheapens Koholint, like just doing the same plot twice. I think it sucks. But I did read a theory I really liked, in which the Fierce Deity Link is the version of Link that Skull Kid remembers when he runs into him as an adult. I think that's pretty neat. You say that you know what it's based on, Saber, but I had in a couple comments telling me to stop bringing religion into Legend of Zelda, which is a very deeply hilarious thing to say about Legend of Zelda in particular. A series that started off with Art of Link praying at a cross, and then is just fundamentally and inextricably tied to Shintoism and Buddhism. But yeah, let's keep religion out of it. I have a theory on that exact idea of him being that version of Link. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like, I don't like the idea of it all being in Skull Kid's mind, but I do think him having like this idealized version of Link in his mind and that being represented by Fierce Deity is pretty cool. Okay, so let's Triforce of the Gods, exactly. Let's check in here. Are people hanging around for a little bit longer, or should I end the stream here and pick up another time? If like 3 people are sticking around, then I'll keep going. Creeper probably going to bed. Healic either way. We got Saber. What about Derp? I'm here till the... Okay, we got 3 people. We'll do... YOLO, I'm sorry, Creeper. Feel free to go to bed if you want to. There will be no hard feelings. We'll do the fire. Or the Forest Temple. I don't remember it being that big of a temple. And then we'll call it after that. Good thing Tyler's not here. That man hates spiders. So I got a shield pull my fishing rod out as if that's gonna do anything. There we go. I always thought these guys were so funky when I was a kid. What weird little dudes. Look at that little face. Okay, let's take a look-see here. So up here, we got over there. Can't bust the thingy with that. Can get some whoopies, though. There we are. Oh, Creeper can stay for the Force Temple. That's great. Again, though, if you feel tired, don't feel obligated. Kill the spider with the fishing rod. Why would people say to stop talking about religion? I'm an atheist, but religion is the thing that's deeply tied into a lot of people's lives. I definitely get not talking politics, but religion. Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, especially like most Japanese products are very deeply interwoven with religious principles, right? Like, imagine talking about Evangelion, but not wanting to talk about its Christian influences, right? Like, it's just, it's insane to me. I swear at least 1/3 of people are deathly afraid of spiders, absolutely. I don't mind spiders, the big ones kind of creep me out, but I don't mind them so much. I won't freak out if they're in the same room as me. I will probably nicely ask them to leave. I love bomblings. They're just cool little dudes. Just little dudes. People are just dumb sometimes. Like, if I recall, secret stones are Magmeta, or however you spell them. It's 12 can't be bothered to spell correctly. Yeah. It's just a major point of contention all around. People get fussy when people have other beliefs. Oh, Uka, I think his name is. What a jerk. Oh, you're getting it, buddy. You're getting it. You're getting it. I think that girl monkey is in love. Has there been a monkey fight? That's what Frieza calls it when she sees two Saiyans practicing. Alrighty. Yeah, it's people get fussy when other people have different beliefs. Yeah, it's just... And it's like, I think people, kind of like what Epoch was saying, I think people think that talking about religion and talking about something's religious influences and talking about something's politics are the same thing. And to be honest, I'm also fine talking about things politics. That can be really engaging too. But it's like they're not the same thing, you know? Oh, this filthy little mongrel. Oh, the titties. Why does it have neck titties? Why? I don't want it to. Can I put it back in the jar? Is that a thing I can do? Ugh. Just all around unpleasant. Alrighty, we got a spooter. The Tears of Crabdom. There goes the spooter. Yeah, monkey, I'm following you. See, this is kind of what I meant, was what I was referring to earlier. It's like, I think players probably could have figured out where to go on their own. I mean, you can have neck titties, derp. I will be upset. Yeah, Epoch. But the weird thing is, it's like, whatever, you can have your own beliefs or lack of beliefs, but like, your belief should have no bearing on analyzing something that engages with other beliefs, right? Like, imagine trying to analyze Greek mythology but refusing to engage with it outside of a Judeo-Christian lens. Like, you're not. There are interesting things to say analyzing Greek mythology from a Judeo-Christian lens, but you're not going to get very far if you refuse to engage with that religion on its own term entirely. Okay, I need the boomerang to spin this thing, I think. I haven't seen the Cut Oka design, actually. Is it less eldritch? Hey, Fox, PHOKX. We're gonna do the rest of the Forest Temple, so I'm not too sure how much long that'll take. Probably about an hour minimum, I would say. Oof. So we'll be going for a bit yet. Yeah, Derp, that's exactly right. Paul won, of course. Yeah, I knew he would. He's successfully managed to beat yet another old man. I have a lot of respect for Logan Paul as a wrestler. I have zero respect for Jake Paul as a boxer. The man just cherry picks old people, and the one time he actually had a tough fight, or the one time he actually fought like a young professional boxer, he got annihilated. Whereas Logan, you know, I think Logan's not a good person, but the man gives his heart and soul over to wrestling, you know. I'm not a big wrestling guy either, but like, I check in with all my friends who are big wrestling guys, and they say that he's doing all the stuff that's really difficult for people to do, and doing, you know, he's not like Ronda Rousey where he's avoiding doing all the really insane stunts and stuff like that. That's from what I hear anyways. Monkey number 2. Shin Megami. I've played the NES Megami Tensei games. I've never played any of the other ones. Once I finish going through the Dragon Ball series of games, I think I'll do the Megami Tensei games. And by extension, I'll finally play Persona. Alright. Lead the way, monk. Le monk. Yeah, it's interesting. You don't see it in too many other series. It's interesting the sheer number of people who have only played Persona 5 and nothing else in the series. Like, what an odd number of game. Like, what an odd number in the series to get into. Like, I understand why, because as a game, it's made as, like, a perfect entry point, right? But, like, it's just very strange to me that that's the one that people get into. Is the 5th game in the series. Alrighty, time to wander around aimlessly while I try and figure out where the heck to go. Welcome back, Beast. Yeah, that's about what I heard. Like, I've said this already, but it was like, Mike Tyson's an old man, you know? He still has a shotgun for an arm, and I thought it was very possible for him to knock Jake Paul out, but I'm also not that sure that he actually gives a shit about it enough to try and knock Jake Paul out. So for me, it was like, Mike Tyson's either going to win in the first half of the first round, or he's going to lose through exhaustion. Pretty sad that we have to listen to Jake Paul yap about how he's beat Mike Tyson for the rest of his life now, not mentioning that he beat a 60-year-old shell of him. But that's the Jake Paul way, is to beat legends while they should be in their retirement home and then brag about it. I beat Anderson Silva 15 years after he started sucking. Well, 15 years is an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Oh, I gotta use the wind on that one too. Oh no, Derp, I'm gonna start from the NES games and play my way through 15 years of misery before I get to the good ones. Okay, now I need the monkeys to lead me. Let's take a look here. Okay. How do I... Oh, there we go. Yeah, Beast, it is what it is. Can't blame Tyson for wanting the paycheck. Sucks he didn't get the win, but everyone who knew what they were talking about saw it coming. Yeah, I bet it probably did feel like that. See you, creeper. Oh, you're talking to Saber. Yeah, it's... we're demented that way. It's like, no, I gotta suffer through the misery so I can enjoy the good games as they come. Okay, so there's an unexplored room on the other side of here. And now the monkeys can get me there. Well, that's definitely an opinion, Beast. I'm actually just going through the East games, the YS games, for the first time. I just finished the second one. I also started from the very beginning, but I think they have one big story, so I think that's the right thing to do with them. I'm not too sure. They're cool, though. Give me a heart. There we go. Hello, sir. What do I do with you? Do I give you some fire? No. Do I gotta chuck a bomb in your mouth? That seems like a likely... Oof. Gotta be a little quicker on the draw there. If Link would stop rolling immediately after I pull his sword out, that would be cool. Oof. There we go. Oof. It's difficult. Oh, there's a guy over there. That'll probably be quicker. Oops. What first dungeon would I put above it? All of them. I have East 1 and 2 on the SNES. I haven't gotten around to them yet. Are they action or turn-based? They're action games. So the first two games use bump slash combat, which is really interesting. I'd never played a bump slash game before. But it's like, okay, clearly I have to get that bomb over there somehow. You damage your enemies by just bumping into them. Kind of like Hide Lide, but like that game that Pro Jared reviewed way back in the day. But not awful like in Hide Lide. It's actually really fun. And then from the third game on, they switched to more traditional combat, but it's still like action combat. It's like an action RPG. But the story is really fun. They're like not very in depth, but they're really enjoyable. So yeah, I would definitely recommend East. Oh, can he come after me? Is that how I do it? Come on, fella. How do I get him in there? This is gonna age me. Okay, so I gotta throw him into that guy, I assume. That makes more sense. Oh boy, this is not going well. This is going wretchedly. Is East like Xenoblade Chronicles or is Shin Megami? Because I don't think either of them are that much like Xenoblade Chronicles. Oh, good. Welcome back, Creeper. You just missed me sucking at video games for 10 minutes. Yeah, so imagine like Hide Lide, but like capitalizing on its execution, I guess, and you have the first two East games. Definitely worth checking out if you want something kind of refreshing from that era to play. When it's done by a competent game, the bump slash combat is actually a ton of fun. I wonder if I can bomb that thing from here. Oh, there's a guy up there. I don't need to. Ah, it's okay, Keelik. I really appreciate you sticking around. Pressed the A button to jump up faster because I'm Breath of the Wild pilled. Yeah, I think I can make that. Let's see how it goes. Newborn Keelik is such a Chad. Great guy. Oh, I just wouldn't. I see what you mean, Epoch. I just really wouldn't consider Xenoblade to be an action RPG at all. So I guess that's where the disconnect is. Xenoblade has that MMO combat, which is the primary reason that I bounce off that series, actually, is because I really struggle with that combat where it's just like auto combat where your guy just swings on your behalf. Welcome. We are indeed vaguely talking about it, Xenoblade. Yeah, Falcom's great. And I can definitely attribute to the first two games, at least, being very good. I'm not too far into the third one yet, but I really like the first two. Not the deepest thing you'll ever play in your life, but it's enjoyable. Alrighty. Sick wee. Oof. Oh, I think I missed out on getting that chest. I should have waited before doing that last one. Oh well. I'll put the fire out with the bow. Oh, I see what you mean, Epoch. No, generally, action is like, it's like you press a button and then it does an attack, right? Whereas Xenoblade, it's like you get near an enemy and then you automatically start swinging at them. And then you just choose your special attack. So it's kind of like it's almost, it's not turn-based, but it's definitely not an action game. Monk. For me, I think that if a game's combat is primarily done like based on inputs and timing, then it's an action game. It's just that Elden Ring and the likes would firmly be action adventure, whereas something like Devil May Cry certainly would not fall into the action-adventure genre. Did I get what I came here for? So tired, my brain is not working. Let me go double check. Final Fantasy VII Remake, I would definitely refer to as like at the very minimum, it would be like an action hybrid because it's definitely reflex based. Yeah, I got whatever was in here. Yeah, the monkeys are a pretty fun concept. I just clearly this time I need them, but at times I really struggle with how much they hold your hand. Oh, hey Swack, nice to see you. I really appreciate you dropping by. We're on hour 4. We're nearly 5 hours into the stream, which is wild. Big shout out to everyone who's been here the whole time. I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate it. Yeah, Saber, we got pretty close to ending the stream we were tilting towards the end there. How are you doing today, Zwack? Get fishing rod. Turns out fishing rod's not a good offensive weapon. Unless it's Ganondorf. I will say, Zwack, I've been having a very good time in seeing what other people like about the game, and it's caused me to look at a couple things in a new light. So the stream has been productive. Oh, Epoch, you're literally the meme. You're literally the meme of, don't mess with us Persona fans. We haven't actually played Persona. It's good to know some stereotypes are based on reality. But that's okay. there are games that I say I like, even if I haven't really played them much either. Well, there's a reason that I'm not trying out for basketball teams. That's good to hear that you're doing well, Zwack. Wild Twilight Princess is an underrated gem. I always said that if I got to 10,000 subs, I would make a video about Twilight Princess. And I'm not too far off. Like 1,000, couple hundred away. Probably take me another year or two. Ooh, do I have a key for this monk? Yes, I do. Monkeys! I love Splatoon. Splatoon's great. I haven't got the chance to play 3 yet. I just have never... There's always been another game that I wanted more when I could afford to buy it. But I played the hell out of Splatoon 2, and I really enjoyed Splatoon 1 as well. 1.7 KO. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I think a couple years. If I get lucky and I have another video blow up like my Twilight Princess video or my Fierce Deity video, or even that story video I got like 900 subs from, maybe it'll be a lot sooner. Okay. I know you're planning on doing a hot take. Yes, I am planning on doing the hot take video. It's just that the audio got corrupted, so I have to re-record the audio, which was obviously a big downer for me. Right now, I'm just going to finish up the review that I'm working on for Echoes of Wisdom, and then I will definitely work on the hot take video. I'm probably going to touch base with a couple people and get them to alter their takes because it was made before Echoes of Wisdom. But I do still plan on finishing the hot take. I know that you contributed to it, and I'm sorry it's not out yet. I just losing my audio corrupting was really made it hard for me to want to keep going, you know. Okay. I'm thinking this is not the place to be. Yeah, Swag. It's literally the only time it's ever happened to me. I've been pretty lucky. Oh. My luck ran out. Okay, I'm guessing that's probably where I need to go. Have you ever had any videos corrupt on you, Zwak? Yeah, it sucked because I really enjoyed making it, and I really enjoyed like everyone's questions and the answers I came up with. So I was quite sad for the audio to die. I wonder where I'm supposed to go next. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 LP from Chugga Conroy. I know that guy. OG Let's Player. Do we have any, other than someone who I know is, do we have any Nintendo Capri Sun fans in the house? Okay. Let's pop in here. The boomerang leap. Are we learning speedrun strats? Uka, I don't know his name. Ook, maybe. That guy's about to be mine. Dumb. Apparently I'm the dum-dum. Let's just, beautiful. Poor Ook. He was one bad monkey. Sick. Alright, we got some... Seems like everyone at least knows Nintendo Capri Sun. Yeah, he's like an OG. Like, I think the only more OG you can get is by going to Something Awful. Nintendo Capri Sun is the Let's Play Grandpapa. I bet even the monkey should be satisfied. Your brother got soft-locked. Famous Zelda tuber Nehru canceled for harassing innocent monkey with violent dum-dum slur. Did you guys like the monkey butt? Just had to slide that in there. Yeah, it definitely does kind of feel like it's something that's so throwaway that people kind of forget about its whack. I forgot about it until just now. Am I stupid? Is there a better way to do this? Oh, there we go. Just gotta do it 3 times. The other games you've played and deeply invested in are Splatoon, Breath of the Wild, Smash, Mario. Big Nintendo fan in the house. Proton John would be a contender if we're going by goons. Good old Proton John. Yeah, I stopped watching all those guys for reasons that are entirely not their fault. But I always were fans of them. I want to try the game out on the GameCube. That's what I grew up with, is Twilight Princess on the GameCube. Because I'm an old man, a couple of years from the seniors' home. Yeah, and I love the bloom effect, but I think that it's a bit overkill in certain areas. Same as in Wind Waker. Okay, how do I get this monkey out? There we go. Well, good night, Beast. It was really nice for you to stick around again. I really appreciate it. Just save them all. Excuse me, little bastard. I just copped a Wind Waker GameCube copy with the original manual, Nintendo Power Flyer and everything. It's fun as someone who grew up playing the HD version. That's awesome. That's a good find. Okay. Where to now? Oh, I guess it would be the ones on the other side. Yes. Do we all agree that the best bow, or the best boomerang easily belongs to the boomerang in Phantom Hourglass? A boomerang's so much fun. Okay. Yeah, so it would be one more. It's so fun to, like, draw the path of it and then watch it go. Morrowind's so good, dude. I love that game. I've been playing the VR version of it on my VR headset. And, oh, man, I could never get sick of that game. But it is intimidating to get into for someone who has only really played Skyrim or even Oblivion. There's just a huge step up of complexity. But it's so fun to break Morrowind. The DS boomerang is peak. Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not alone here. It was so good. The items in the DS games were just so fun. I haven't played much of Phantom Hourglass, but I like the Magic Boomerang. I forgot whether it's in Seasons or Ages or both. Yeah, it's good. Ah, yeah, here we go. You don't get the complaints with the DS Zeldas, but you also grew up with them. I can understand some of the complaints, but I I just thought they're so... It's just, every time a Zelda game comes out and it's not just like a bog standard 3D or 2D game with regular dungeons and no gimmicks, people get upset and complain, right? Which is really funny, because the amount of those types of games can actually be counted on one hand. The majority of the Zelda franchise is defined by gimmicks, but still, despite that, people complain every time we get a gimmicky game. You think by now they would learn, but what can be done? 2 monkeys left. How many monkeys would it take to change a light bulb? I think the reason for that is because when the game is bad, you can easily blame it on the gimmick, and that's enough to sway opinions. Yeah, it's true. And it's just funny, because I think that the controls in the DS games are great. I've never had input issues with them ever. I mean, it's fine if touch controls just aren't your thing, and that's the reason you don't like it. I can understand that. But for people to say that the games control like ass or whatever, it's like, they really don't. Officer, I repeat, the monkeys have long since evacuated the bed. To be fair... Oh, I already read that one. Oh, no, I didn't. To be fair, most fans come from the more standard games, and the more gimmicky games don't get as much attention. I mean, I guess, but it's like... I kind of feel like the only standard games are Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and A Link to the Past, you know? Like, I think everything else has a pretty strong gimmick. And I guess those are, like, 3 of the most popular ones, but I don't know. It still seems strange to me. You say that, Aitha, but lots of people complain about Majora's Mask's gimmick. Not the mask so much, but the 3-day cycle. Get off me, bro. Bro doesn't know what consent is. Okay. Juan. 2. Not quite what I meant, but it works. I very vaguely remember when I was playing Skylanders game as a kid. I love Skylanders. That game was super fun. Twilight Princess gimmick is the wolf transformation. Yep, and it's definitely a gimmick. True, I subconsciously lump Majora's Mask as a traditional bog standard 3D title until I realized it's an anxiety simulator that manages to be my second fave. Yeah, great game. Those people have a fear of calendars. Oof. Yeah, obviously, Midna. Is there somewhere higher I can get up to throw it? Okay, homies, what am I doing wrong here? Give me the deets. There we go. To lock onto that random moblin, I guess. We gotta boomerang this man. Yes, I do. Juan. 2. That didn't work at all. I'll just bring it to me and then throw it. Stop being lazy. Okay, let's see. I mean, you may say that, but even in, like, Breath of the Wild and Wind Waker, their gimmicks are more natural, and probably the most gimmicky game in Triforce Heroes is deeply unpopular. I guess so. I'm not sure I would entirely agree, but, like, I guess it's just controller gimmicks people have a problem with. Because to me, changing your gameplay style entirely to open world is a lot bigger of a change than just doing, you know, motion controls or touch controls. But maybe that's just me. The most gimmicky game was Crossbow Training. That's a great game. Majora's Mask is dreamlike, you know, there's a nightmare with the moon, but I've heard people say that it's a calming game just to relax and vibe in. It's pretty vibey, that's for sure. I wouldn't say it's calming, but, like, I don't know. It definitely, there's definitely a certain aura in Wind Waker, or in Majora's Mask that is unreplicated elsewhere. Majora's Mask has a reputation for making people stress out due to the 3-day cycle. But you get the Song of Time at the beginning of the game for a reason. It's true. I think that's the key, is to just not worry that much. Like, having to do a dungeon again if you don't beat it in time is a bit of a pain in the ass. But, like, really just the key to enjoying Majora's Mask is to just not really stress that much about the time, because it's really not that big of a deal. And, like, I feel like even the game tries to convey that by saying, like, repeatedly saying, like, you know, it's okay if you mess up, you can just go back in time. Okay. What to do here? I'm short 1 monkey. Where is this final monkey? Ah, I see. I see. I think Twilight Princess is the easiest Zelda 3 heart run. I've been doing one and have only died once or twice, and I'm not very good. Yeah, that's fair. Well, it's just you're so overpowered with all the hidden skills. Oh, and I missed one earlier. As a TP lover, I really have to say the HD version's visuals are ugly as all get out. The textures are great, the geometry is charming at time, but they simply don't and can't mesh. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think playing it on a CRT with scanline filters, melting everything together, did a lot of help for the GameCube version. Because I remember even playing it on the Wii and thinking, wow, this is quite a bit uglier than I remember it being. Little 2-on-1 action. Majora's Mask just had fun and fast and fluid gameplay, and that's the chief reason why the remake is pretty bad. Agreed. Hey, Nehru, I'm glad to see you streaming. Hope all is well. Thank you, Joseph Stewart. I really appreciate it. And all is well. It is definitely impressive how alive the world in Majora's Mask feels, given its dev constraints and whatnot. But I think it's a mass class showing that big game world equals good game world. Yeah, actually, I have a script that's half written. I'll finish it one day. Basically talking about how the time constraints are the reason that Majora's Mask is good, because the developers just straight up didn't have a chance to focus test any of their ideas. And so instead we get their raw thoughts before they have a chance to stop and ask, is this actually a good idea? And Majora's Mask 3D is a glimpse into what the change is when you do finally have time to second guess everything. I mean, honestly, you don't need to do dungeons again. 3 days is plenty of time to do a dungeon. Well, you say that, but, like, I have definitely ran into a lot of people who have not been able to beat Great Bay in 3 days. Like, not everybody has the same ability when it comes to doing dungeons, right? A lot of people get lost really, really easy. Got to save the monkey. How to save monk. Do I throw a thingy at it? Oh, do I drop down through that hole? Yes, I do. Majora's Mask is really calming to me. I love seeing all the people's routines and trying new things out, just vibing with the NPCs. But I also have an anxiety disorder, so I think it's reverse psychology. Yeah, that's totally fair. The towns people being in distress and expressing that to the player should also be the driving force to overcome that timer and helps those people see the fourth day. Absolutely. Okay, how do I... There we go. Hello, monkey. It definitely has an aura surrounding, like how Wet Dry World has negative emotional aura or something, yeah? Gods, I hate the rushed game, bad delayed game, eventually good quote. I don't want to rush developers, but like it's undeniable that the constraints were why we got the masterpieces that is Majora's Mask. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good quote in the sense that, you know, I think developers should generally take their time. And I think it's a quote that made more sense in the pre-internet days. I don't think it's one that necessarily rings as true today as it did back then. But it's definitely true that you know, sometimes I think it's the nature of why something is rushed that explains, like, to give an example, I've been playing Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which is like a sequel to an old Dragon Ball fighting game series called Budokai Tenkaichi, the last of which came out in the PS2, right? And the game's really fun, but it's rushed, and you can tell there's not nearly as many levels as the old games. The UI is really janky. There's a lot of characters missing, all sorts of stuff, right? And that's an example where if that game got more time, it would have just been better. But then you have games the Duke Nukem game that took like 10 years and still sucked, where too much time to develop a game can end up being bad because of things like feature creep and second guessing yourself. So it's like, I think it really just depends game to game. Stupid spider. Get spidered on. Hot take, playing with a guide, video or otherwise, is perfectly acceptable and even preferable if it allows you to enjoy the game to its fullest. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I do think some games are better without a guide, up to the point where they frustrate you. Like, I think Dark Souls is a game that you should at least start playing without a guide. But if you get to the point where, you know, the boneheaded quest design of finding a random NPC in a random spot in the world becomes too frustrating for you, oh, yay, my favorite quest reward ever. Yeah, if it becomes too much for you, then at that point, yeah, absolutely pull a guide out. But like for some games where the philosophical direction of the game is curiosity, then I think that you are doing yourself a disservice by starting with a guide. Although I always think it's okay once you hit your curiosity threshold. Monkey freed. Okay, I was talking about not having dreams. I don't have many dreams either, but I also have sleep apnea as a result of my deviated septum, so I attribute a lot of it to that. I very rarely dream. Development hell is real, and Zelda games are not exempt from its cavernous depths. I think so. I did hear about Skyward Sword having dev issues. I had a friend who hadn't dreamt in like 7 years. Yeah. I'm a firm believer that limitations bring about creativity. Time constraints can go either way when it comes to this, though. Absolutely. You should post that stamp in the Miiverse. Yeah, I'll get on the homebrew so I can post it. Okay. This way. All right, guys, we're nearly there. Monkey swing. Alright, boss time. Oh no, I don't have the boss key. I forgot about that. Where is it? Oof, I genuinely don't know where it is. Can someone give me a bit of a hand here? Where can I find Mr. Boss Key? Pretendo is an amazing thing. The revival of Miiverse feels... Oh. Let me just put this fairy into eternal prison. Feels like it hasn't even left. The energy is exactly the same, absolutely. Juxt, I don't know what Juxt is. Sounds base, though. Not as good as Blue Sky. Blue Sky's alright. Main problem with Blue Sky for me right now is just the fact that, you know, some people are saying that their posts are getting more traction on Blue Sky, but for me, I'll post something and I'll get 2 likes, and if I post the same thing on Twitter, I'll get, you know, 6 or 7. And it's just not that fun to scream into the void. Boss Key's in the lower right room. Lower right room. Okay, I'll just check all the right-hand side rooms out. I need the compass. The room with the big lake. The Forest Temple, one of my favorites. Well, I'm glad it's someone's favorite. Welcome back, by the way, Brett. I appreciate you returning. The Tyson fight. Yeah, I was like, should I move my stream so I can watch Jake Paul humiliate a 60-year-old boxer? Nah. Okay, so we'll check in here. Aw, thanks. Thanks, Swack. I appreciate that. Okay. Is this the room, or is it a different right-hand room? Someone let me know. I'm just gonna keep letting this guy fling me around until then. Whee! Different room. It's in the room with the water and the Oko. It's on the right-hand one with all the water. Okay. We'll process of elimination this. Because I only see one that's on the right hand and has water, so... Theoretically... Oops. I dropped my controller, grabbed it, and then you wasted my fairy. Beautiful. You'll have to see it. Okay, is it this room? Because this is, looking at the map, it's the only other right-hand side room with a water. Unless it's the... No, it can't be the main room. Oh, there it is. I see it now. That makes sense. Is the Breath of the Wild, or is the Wii U version better? I played it and I just felt like the performance was pretty bad, so I didn't bother playing it anymore. Just stuck with my Switch version. How do I open this thingy? Help me, Midna. Door that opens with a windmill. What are they trying to hide with the sophisticated contraption? Me so confused. Alrighty. Let's see. Maybe I gotta do it in a funky way. Negative. Alright. Let's use some brain power here. Not that I have much of it. How to open. Okay. So that don't do nothing. I think it just moves them around. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's the... Holy moly, it's the Z. So I was right that it was... I had to do it in a funky way. Ugh. Well, at least we got it. Also, for posterity, I noticed the Z before chat started saying it. So... Based. Okay, who do we got? Let's see what we got in chat here. Finishing up the GameCube Wind Temple right now. Mulgara is such a highlight. Mulgara is so great. What music, huh? What incredible music. No, I'm glad I'm not the only one who took me long to figure out Creeper. Kokiri Theory. Oh, thank you for joining my stream. I really appreciate it. And yes, I'm just playing my all-time favorite game. No doubt. No doubt. The Switch caused Breath of the Wild to lose all its cool gamepad features, so the Switch feature version is superior because they wanted to make the two versions match. Oh, okay. Epic reminder to like the video or Nehru will sue you for defamation. Thank you, Swack, my bouncer. Based on what? Based on how do you even explain the based meme? So there was this rapper. Oh yeah, I can't remember who it was, but someone was saying that they don't watch much Zelda content these days. Swack and Kokiri Theory both make really awesome content, so whoever that was, I think it might have been Saber. It's either Beast or Saber, I can't remember. But go check them out. Great videos. You can dislike if you want, I don't mind. Everyone should be free to speak the truth. I made a video one day. I made a video a long time ago defending people's right to leave a dislike on Nintendo Directs that they don't like. That was very controversial. Alright, boss time. Manhandler. Dia Baba. Should be Manhandla. I guess I was getting ahead of myself a little bit. Oh, that was weird. Just randomly decides to look behind me. Ouchie. I love Tears of the Kingdom, so I don't crab very often. Beautiful. Ouchie. It's been a long, I actually don't intuitively remember how to beat this guy. Oh, my bro! All caked up on a Friday evening. Oh! Not quite what I meant to happen, but it works. Oof. I should, get some healing. Bro. Oh, good. There is the first Here's crabbing in a different way. Here's the first Twilight Princess boss felled. Alright, we'll get through the post-dungeon cutscene, then we'll yap a bit, and then I'll end the stream. That seems like a good place to do so. Yeah, to sort of explain Epoch, there was this period about a year ago where it felt like every single conversation about Zelda that was ever being had would eventually turn into a conversation about how the Zelda team doesn't care about the lore enough. Like, you'd start talking about Skyward Sword, and then it would eventually turn into a whining about Tears of the Kingdom lore, just because of the natural way the conversation would change. And I made a video about it. It's on my channel if you want to go watch. It's called The Carsonization of Tears of the Kingdom or Legend of Zelda, something like that. As a picture of Aonuma turning into a picture of Aonuma turning into a crab. Pretty hard to miss. That's what I was looking for. That's a fused shadow. It's with a light spirit. It's called Dark Power. Do you remember what that spirit said about how you had to match the power of the King of Shadows? Could it really be so easy? Is this all there is to it? There's a total of 3 fused shadows. I think the other light spirits have the rest. If you want to know exactly what the fused shadows are, well, maybe I'll tell you to find the other 2. I guess you'd better do your best to find them, huh? So let's not waste any more time here, and we could be looking for the other 2. I'll get you out of here. You pick up the heart container that fell out of that thing. Wow, that was quite something. Let me catch up on chat, and then we'll debrief. Diabolical is incredible. Epic boss music, absolutely. Hella ass, the sun is out. There's, yeah, that's a nice 2-cycle. Crab. Epic boss fight. You did it, you suffered enough. It's all over. Good job, thank you, Kokiri. It involves a dramatic return from an old foe. It has epic music and grand scale. And it doesn't even use dialogue to explain what's happening. And you get to stab plants. Screw plants, absolutely. Oh, because everything keeps turning to crabs, I get it. Yeah, that's exactly right. Bread Pirate is an anti-vegan. Absolutely. Said every zombie on every lawn ever. Those plants had it coming to them. I've mostly felt like the lore was inconsistent because the timeline is almost like a sticky note on a screen that says, place it somewhere, I don't know, man. It's probably not far off how it actually is. Plants vs. Zombies. That was the game that got you into the gaming. Cool. Alright, guys, that was neat. So, I guess let's reflect on how I feel so far. The intro is a lot more enjoyable when other people are along for the ride. It was not nearly as insufferable as I usually find it, with you guys here keeping me company. I feel like when I'm playing normally, I kind of mash through the dialogue just to get through the intro quicker. Being forced to go slower a bit, definitely made it more enjoyable for me. The writing is better than I've possibly acknowledged in the past. There's some real good lines. I still think the intro is too long. I still don't like the first dungeon very much. But, you know, I'm not miserable, let's put it that way. I'm trying very hard to see the positive, and I'm seeing more positives than I normally do. Let's put it that way. So the stream is having success. How did you guys feel about it? Did I complain too much? I don't think I complained too much. Everyone hack the site so we can super chat and force us along. Man, chat's so bumping that I wish I could keep going. I just, well, bumping by my standards. If I didn't work at 8 a.m., I would. Sad, I gotta go sit in a museum and not help customers because Saturdays are always dead for 8 hours. Maybe you'd feel better about the game once we get you past Sleep. It's been a long time since I've seen the back half of Twilight Princess, and that's where all my favorite dungeons are. Like, I really love Snowhead, the mansion, the frozen mansion one. Arbiter's Ground is obviously really good, and I love the finale. So I do think I'll enjoy the game more as we get further into it. Because the back half is definitely better than the front half. I think most people would agree with that. EA ruined the Panzer Zombies legacy by putting microtransactions. Yeah, that's gaming 2024 for you. I enjoyed the stream. You're really good at keeping up with chat. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the part I like the most. It's to the, it took us, how long has the stream been running for now? Let's take a look. Took us to 5 hours, 47 minutes to beat the first dungeon, so it definitely has its drawbacks, but the chatting part is the fun part. Kokiri Theory, I love to see you coming around to this masterpiece. Slowly. I don't know if it'll, by the time we finish, I may have a newfound respect for the game. I don't know if it's going to change its rankings, but I'll give it an honest attempt. Stream was fire. Very fun environment. Thank you, Slack. I really appreciate that. Super fun stream. Always a good time when we're chilling playing Zelda. Thank you, Derp. I'd also like to give shout out to Derp, Aitha, and Triforce Creeper, and Saber for being here basically the entire time. I really appreciate it. And to Beast for being here most of the time. And everybody for just popping in and saying hello. Epoch was here for quite a long time too, so thank you, Epoch. Brad, thanks for checking in. Swack, thanks for hanging out for a while. Kokiri Theory, thanks for popping in at the end. I really appreciate it. I do belong in a museum. I don't have a normal stream schedule, Epoch, because I'm not actually a streamer. I'm mostly just doing this for my community. But I think going forward we'll probably do it on Friday. Not every Friday, but I think we'll do it on Fridays. I'll just suck it up for work. It seems to work pretty well for most people. And my roommate's a streamer, and it's her primary thing, so I try to keep the internet unclogged for her, and she streams like 3 times a week, so probably Fridays is the best day going forward. We'll see how it goes. Maybe next Friday. I'll let you guys know, but I'll be sure to post it on all my socials and whatnot. Yeah, and again, just it was nice to just get to talk to everyone on here for 6 hours while you played some of our favorite Zelda. Yeah, it was a great time. I really enjoyed it, and I really thank you guys for hanging out for so long. Yeah, my plan was to just stream until my chat was empty, but that never ended up happening. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you hanging out and chatting and keeping me company. I hope that I'm sure, you know, it's always the case that the first and last video or stream of a series are the most popular, but I hope that you'll continue coming to hang out as we make our way through this game. Alrighty, seems like we're winding down here. Not gonna happen. Yeah, I hope you folks have a wonderful night. Goodbye to Twilight Princess. And I'll see you folks on another day. Have a wonderful night.